Hello, hello, hello. How is everyone doing? Good? I hope. Welcome to the notorious Monday stream. Hello, Rapute. Hello, Silver. Beaten, I'm afraid, once again, Silver, to the post by Rapute. The greatest to ever do it when it comes to posting Soyrus before anyone else as the first time chatter. Hello, Aman. Hello, I eat random berries, although you may be gone by now for the coin flip. Oh, no, the coin flip hasn't ended yet, that's fine. Hello, hey, Denna. You doing well? Hello, Cakewalking. I am of the Deviling also. Funnily enough, nothing to do with Jelly. It was redeemed, I want to say, a month ago, or like 3 weeks ago, maybe a month. And this is the only time we've had an opening in the schedule. I literally hadn't seen any of it. Well, also I was going to play it. I was pretty sure because I heard people raving about it, so I purposely avoided any Jelly streams on the thing. So I had literally no idea what it was about, apart from apparently it's a bit like Ace Attorney, it's a bit like Danganronpa. But I'm really liking it. It is hitting the streamerverse like crack. That is damn true. It's a shit. Like it's a real shame. Because it's the kind of game that I'm sure Joe would very much enjoy. But, you know, the way he is, which is not a bad thing, but he's not going to play it till it all comes out, right? He's not an episodic kind of guy. So we'll have to wait until, like, 2027 before that. We reach that ship. Hello, Taste Buds. It is indeed lawyering time. In the famous words of The Thing, if he was a lawyer, it's lawyering time. Hello, Sprinter220. Hello, Rolfos. Hello. The fact that the devil isn't already done is the worst thing about it. That's so true. I said earlier, I was like, I'm already looking forward to the pain I'm gonna feel about the fact that I gotta wait another like 9 months before another episode comes out in like 2 weeks. Hello, Weeby. Hello. She of the devil till I'm the. That's damn true. That is damn true. Hello, Oxynu. Hello. I know. It's oh man. On the one hand, it's great being episodic because it gives you like bite-sized pieces. On the other hand, you're like, oh no, God. Has there ever been an episodic game that people have been like, I'm glad this is episodic? Like, it was good to have it in chunk pieces. You know what I mean? Like, they were like, because I can theoretically see that. I could see that in my mind palace, there is the ideal game that is like, I don't know, super intense or really like good but really challenging to engage with, to the point where you're like, you know what, like 8 to 10 hours of this every year, actually like a good pace. Maybe like a puzzle game. Umineko. We was telling me earlier, being an original Umineko, waiting like a year for the next chapter was like hell on earth. Yeah, Deltarune as well. Like, I was super hyped for Deltarune when it came out. And I played the first couple, and I was like, oh, this is really good. But, like, for no fault of its own, like, a lot of the hype is gone. Although I'm sure if episode 5 comes out and it's all done and everyone starts raving about it again, the hype will come back. But, yeah, I don't know. Maybe a puzzle game where you don't have to care about a story. Or you make, like, complete stories, like it's like a different book in a sequel kind of thing. Like each one is an individual story, but they connect to a greater like universe. The episodes just only make sense if the episodes aren't direct continuations. Yeah, 2 episodes a week worked really fucking well for Dispatch. I didn't even realize that came out weekly. I thought that whole thing was out. Huh. Well, I mean, yeah, Deltarune as well. There was issues with the, like, man, it's very like, how do I say this? In an ideal world, if you're releasing episodically, you've already made the game. You know what I mean? Like releasing an episode every like 2 years while still deep in the guts of development for the last few episodes. It's risky, right? Because with like Undertale, like Deltarune, I can't imagine how many things have changed based on feedback or like thoughts and stuff, which in some ways is good, and in some ways you're like, you know, you want to have your clear vision. You don't want to be changing it on the fly. 2 episodes per 20 years worked once for Half-Life 2. That is fucking true. They got Giga shafted on the Game Awards because they missed the cutoff. Oh, that is a nightmare. Like, legit, if I was a publisher or a developer, you have to base your game around the Game Awards. Like, maybe not that's entirely what you decide everything on, but you have to at least have some consideration for it, because if your game, no matter how good your game is, if your game comes out in December, you're cooked. You are not getting a nomination on the next year's one, because people are just, they're out of it. They don't give a shit anymore. Like, recency bias is just, it's too strong. It's too strong. The worst thing about episodic Deltarune is Deltarune fans not being able to shut about Deltarune. Well, they'll be doing that anyway. If Undertale is any point to go off of, they would be talking about it for the next 5 years anyway. I think the only issue as well is, like, I'm trying to avoid spoilers, because I played the first 3 and then I was like, no, I'll wait until they all come out after that. But you can't avoid at least minor spoilers on social media about Deltarune. Like, this random character I've seen, I have no idea what they do, but I've seen them and I'm like, oh, okay. I hope that wasn't a spoiler. But, you know. Why do Game Awards even run in November, December? The year is not done. That's fucking real. Marketing does work better in December, and you get better, for, like, Twitch and YouTube, you get better ad payouts in December, because I think more people are free time to watch stuff. So it might be the same with sponsorships and stuff. Maybe they're like, if you do this in December, the sponsorships will pay extra, because they know people will have free time and money to buy things. Anyway, Umbrian telling me there's a banger power scale. We're gonna get into it. Oh, also, one final thing before... You somehow avoided Last of Us ending spoilers for a decade? That is impressive. That is actually impressive. You don't like the Game Awards, it's just a big marketing event? But the thing is, I think though... I agree. I think it is a big marketing event, but I still like it. I think you have to go in knowing that's how it is, right? You have to understand there is some goodwill behind it, but it is not a purity of, you know, the beauty of gaming. It is a marketing thing layered with, like, public, you know, public opinion, layered with probably a couple of pockets getting lined. But it's still fun. I still enjoy it. I like the hype. I like having fun with it. But we'll see. We are also listening. I put on a 50 greatest Mega Man songs of all time. And I'm doing this out of respect because either it dropped today or I just found out about it today. Proto Men Act 3 dropped, and I was like, I gotta listen to this. And I listened to it and I was like, damn, Proto Men have done it again. Another banger album. Huge. I was like, they can't live up to their first and second. There's no way. And then they said, guess what, bitch? We did it. And I was like, they did it again. They did it again. Anyway, let's get on to the power scale. Alright, so Killer 7, which I know of it, I've never dealt with it, you know what I mean? Like, I've never played it, I've never seen anyone play it. I just know it's one of those games people like, but it does look kind of like a guy without a head. Versus Big Explosion, exactly. Now, Cyborg, I believe, is a cyberpunk version of Morkborg, the kind of like dark comedy RPG, apocalypse RPG. So I'm going to go ahead and say Bloated is pretty strong. It's probably like a giant thing that explodes and does a shit ton of damage. It's one of the games. A lot of people news just in, a lot of people are telling me Killer 7 is the game, is a game. It's certainly a game of all time. But we're going Bloated. What? Oh, fuck. Well, bad start. Malkor the Quartermaster from Dungeon Hunter 5. I think that sounds like a fake game, Dungeon Hunter 5, versus Tao Ling Wan from Marital Peak. Marital Peak, huh? Is Kusora here? He's reading this, isn't he? Would you rather have infinite bacon or infinite games but no games? That's so fucking true. I mean, from what I understand, Marital Peak is, like, absurdly OP. It's peak, I'm afraid. That's not what I've heard. But you never know. Yeah, look, it doesn't matter who you are. Oh my, 1A? Oh, okay, I wasn't expecting that strong. 1A. Are you telling me this woman is literally below omnipotent ultimate gods that are all powerful in every single multiverse? She is the most powerful being in the universe ever. This is unbelievable. This is crazy. This is more powerful than Rosa Umineko. Who are you? What Piper Ellsworth? Just a woman. A woman versus Jane Zar. Oh my god. Okay, well, I won't lie to you. I don't know who Jane Zar is, but I can very obviously tell she's a Dark Elder. I'm sorry. What the fuck do they call them these days? What do they call them these days? Aldar, not the Aldari. What the fuck are they called? The other ones. They gave them a name so they can copyright it. Drukhari, that's it. A Drukhari. I mean, you have no chance. I don't think random woman from Karate Kid Cobra Kai is beating like a super powerful warrior woman. I'm sorry. Surprisingly low, actually, still. That's crazy. 8C is actually crazy. It's also not true. Because I know for a fact, fucking Dark Elder, they have like grenades that can cause like a miniature sun to appear. Like, there's no way she's only an 8C, but that's fine. It's fine. Sasha from Tales from the Borderland versus Ramsay Bolton from A Song of Ice and Fire. Hold up. Hold up. Why did they draw him like this? First of all, that is weird. Okay, let me think. Ramsay Bolton, he's the one who... Spoilers. Sorry, spoilers for Game of Thrones. He's the one who betrays the Starks, right? He betrays the Starks and sells them out to the people. Game of Thrones spoilers in the big 2026. Hey, some people are still reading them. Some people are still writing them. Okay? Some people are still writing this fucking book series, so... Oh no, he's the one who cuts off the guy's dick. Yeah. The Torturer. Versus Sasha from Tales from the Borderland. Okay, let me think about this. Still writing is insane, Copium. Do you think George R. R. Martin has come to terms with the fact that he's never writing the last one? Like, because I have to imagine, for the first 10 years, he could probably, like, if I was in his position, I would still lie to myself and be like, it's coming out. Yeah, I'm just, you know, I'm just relaxing. I'm getting you. I gotta make it good. I gotta really get it. And then, you know, the TV show comes out and it fucks everything up. I'm like, okay, wait, hold on. I gotta rewrite this. Give me 10 more years. And you're like, no, I gotta make sure it's perfect. Like, after a certain amount of point, you have to assume you have to even come to truth with yourself to be like, we ain't doing this. He said it's probably never coming out. That is crazy, because I would never say that publicly. That's one thing I would definitely not say. Not only has he come to terms with it, he's written 2 more series that he's cut off in the middle of the story and is not releasing further books for either. Okay, that is wicked work. That is actually disgusting, because I knew he was writing other books, other series, but to not finish those as well, like, I don't know, I guess he just thinks his audience are like masochists who love being narratively edged. Did I know some Tales from the Borderland oomphs worked on Dispatch? I could believe that. Didn't people like Tales from the Borderlands? Not Tales Season 2? I haven't played either, so I don't know. But I remember people saying, like, if you like Borderlands, it's kind of fun. Anyway. Like, Ramsay Bolton's just a guy. So I'm gonna assume if you're in the Borderlands universe, you're cartoony powerful. You know what I mean? At least a little bit. Let's have a look. Just about, okay. The latest series he launched actually just stops in the middle of a pivotal event to storytelling. It's so blatant. That is fucked up. You see, this is why, you know, insult it all you want for being, you know, average reader slop, which I disagree with. But you know, if you want to be like, they're not doing anything special, you know, it's not raising the bar tonight. You can say fucking, what the fuck's his name? Hold on. Everyone, hold on. Fuck. Hold on. Brandon Sanderson, that's the one. You can say what you want about Brandon Sanderson. That motherfucker writes books. And then he releases books, and then he writes more books. And he... To be fair, I don't think he's finished a series yet, but at least I believe he will. You know what I mean? Like, that guy is releasing, like, 2 books a year. And people still like them. That's what I'm saying. Okay, we have Destruction of the Endless. True Abstraction. I don't know what the fuck those words mean, but this makes me feel like this guy's OP. You know what I'm saying? Like, if someone calls himself Destruction of the Endless, brackets, True Abstraction, I mean, that's fucking OP. Even if he does have his fucking dogs out, walking the road, disgusting man. Walking the road barefoot. With a sword in a what do they call these things? I want to say a napkin, that's not right. Whatever it is, in a bag, in like a tied cloth, it's got a sword. Hello, Silver Sister. Hello. If Media has abstraction in the name, that's giga power scaling. It really is. It really is. It also probably means he can like move between universes. On the other hand, we have Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon, who looks like an absolute fucking clown. I'm sorry. Also, clearly a knockoff of Blue Eyes White Dragon that they just wanted to continue the naming convention with. I mean, I gotta go with Destruction the Endless. There's no way. Okay, I mean, yeah, I mean, come on. Paper Iggy, oh shit, Paper Iggy from Paper Mario versus Jinji Amano, True Lord of Creation. Okay, well. I mean, look, I'm sure Paper Iggy is strong and all, but this motherfucker is called True Lord of Creation. The song is a tad loud. Okay, let me turn this down a bit. There we go. Thank you for telling me. Thank you for letting me know. You can't back up against someone. You can't not go with the person called True Lord of Creation. That's fucked. Imagine meeting God and it's just a teenage anime protagonist. I know. That would fucking suck. It would explain a lot, though. Iggy's pretty high. Huh. Sarai from the Dragon Prince. I've never heard of this. It looks like a 3D Chinese anime. Versus Ken Kaneki Dragon from Tokyo Ghoul, which I have heard of. Oh no. He turns into a dragon. Oh no, you've been spoiled. You've been spoiled. We thought it could only happen in AO3. That Joe would spoil everyone on My Hero Academia. But no, we've just spoiled fucking Tokyo Ghoul right here. I'm so sorry. Yeah, no, the OST is all Mega Man songs to celebrate Proto Men release. You had half Tokyo Ghoul, well obviously you need to read the other half. Okay, well, this person's from a thing called the Dragon Prince, but also this person is a literal dragon. Also, they have heterochromia, which clearly means they're all powerful. So I'm gonna go with Tokyo Ghoul. With overtime? Is this motherfucker playing basketball? What do you mean with overtime? Yo, hold on! Jirocho Doromizu. Hold on, I think I remember this guy. Isn't this the guy in Gintama who is like in charge of the underground district? This guy's like fucking strong as fuck, I think, versus Novaraptor from Primal Carnage. Okay, so this is a dinosaur from a game, not from real life. So it's probably stronger than an average dinosaur, but I'm pretty sure this guy is gonna easily clear. Although he's not like unbelievably strong. Like they're not blowing up planets. But yeah, strong enough. Godzilla burning Godzilla. Oh shit. Versus Gamera. Gamera from Gamera. Oh my god, it's a literal fucking battle of the monsters. They'd probably... Someone fucking check old 70s Godzilla shows. They probably have already had this matchup in real life. In real life, sorry. In media, not in real. Sorry, got a bit too far deep into it that time. This must have happened on TV show at some point already. Hey, Denna, you watch these things. Who wins? Versus Godzilla versus Is it Gamera? Gamera. Who's winning this? See, the thing is, Godzilla is always pretty strong, but I'm gonna have to go. Like, it's burning Godzilla as well. Surely Godzilla always clears. I'm going Godzilla. You've only seen You've not seen Godzilla? That is... Hey, Denny, you must be in, like, 0.01% of people who have watched, like, retro monster movies but have not watched Godzilla. That's such a such a specific thing. You feel like burning is usually a debuff? I think it's usually a debuff if you're not Godzilla. If you are Godzilla, I think any adjective makes you more powerful. I'm going Godzilla. Surely. Easy, easy. I can't believe we lost the first one, man. We could have had a perfect run here. Oh, shit. Mikitaka Hazukura from JoJo Bizarre Adventure Diamond is Unbreakable. Who, Oh, yeah, okay. I remember this guy. Okay. So, a fucking... Spoilers. An alien versus a child who plays football. Alien unconfirmed. Unconfirmed alien. Ignore the fucking things on his shirt. Like there's no way a small child who's on a football team is gonna be a fucking JoJo alien. I don't think you understand how hardcore Inazuma 11 goes. Fuck. They do go insane in sports anime, that's true. Also, I don't know if this guy even did anything. Like, did he even show his powers? Well, I'm going with him, fucking. Oh my god. Oh, 6C? 6C? Excuse me? Accelerated development and reactive evolution. Players in Inazuma 11 continuously get stronger and improve their abilities through every soccer match they play. He's like fucking a Super Saiyan? Like, fucking every time he's defeated, they get stronger? Energy manipulation! What do you mean, energy manipulation? Oh, of course, fucking subjective reality. I swear to God, subjective reality is the worst thing to happen to versus battles of all time. What is alternate self-resonance? When parallel world versions of Inazuma 11 characters are created through new timelines, those versions will resonate with the original, boosting their overall abilities. The development of techniques temporarily until the main timeline has fixed itself out. What the fuck is happening in this anime? They have multiversal soccer? Huh? Intercepted Afuno, Suzuno, and Nagumo from completing Chaos Break. What the fuck is happening in this fucking... Okay, well, there you go. Yeah, apparently I watched this. Guy that picks anime to watch from power scaling battles. Well, they need to know which ones are worth watching. You don't want to watch an anime with weak characters in it, do you? Obviously, the best anime are the ones that have the strongest people in it. That's how anime works. Otherwise, you're just wasting your time. That's how some of bozos found Umineko. True. Okay. In honor of the devil. I looked and see if there was an Ace Attorney doll, and we found it. Now, I have not played all the Ace Attorney games, so this will be this could be a real issue. I've played 1 to 3. I've played Apollo Justice. I've played Edgeworth Investigations 1. I played 2/3 of the Professor Layton Ace Attorney crossover, and I played the first case of whatever one comes after Apollo Justice. There's a book you read where a guy goes back in time and fucks his ancestors to become stronger. Not a great book. How does that even work? How would that make you stronger? Let's have a go here. Obviously. Phoenix. Right. Boom. Wrong answer. Why is this in Spanish? Okay, status alive, gender male. Hair color is not black. Older than Phoenix. Debuted later than the first turnabout. Okay. Apollo Justice. Oh, sorry, their hair color is kind of black. Sorry. Turnabout Trump, huh? At least we'll be spoiled by someone's death. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, hold on. So late. Okay, now we're really fucked because if it's later than Apollo, like, this is where I'm gonna fall apart. And in between Edgeworth and Apollo's age, huh? That's a weird gap to have. I need to look through people. I look through people and see who I think looks older. What about you? you have 2 statuses: alive or arrested. I'm sorry, if you're arrested, you are no longer alive. Your life has been taken by society. Grey eyes, black hair, or kind of black, younger than... Oh, sorry, debut was earlier than Turnabout Revolution. Today is of the devil, and we are playing a new doll in honor. Fuck it, give me Athena Sykes, just so we can try and get the debut down. Athena is younger than Apollo. I guess that does make sense. Okay. Okay, we are actually cooked. Show me the game. Dual Destinies. This is the one I played one fucking round of. Okay, this is not gonna work. What's the name of the clown? I know it's a woman, not a man, but... I think we're gonna be fucking... Robin even. Hugh O'Connor. Black with a bluish tint. Oh god, we're getting fucking specific. Who's the guy who's like a robot? Does anyone know what the fuck I'm talking about? In Dual Destinies. I swear there's someone who's like a robot. Give me Simon Blackwell. I'm a genius. I'm a fucking genius. Oh my god, I had no idea. I literally just guessed at pure random. I only picked him because he looks like that one anime character about that doctor. Blackjack? Something like that? Anyway. Now that I've proven I have 900 IQ. Yeah, he's also 7 years younger than Phoenix, which is interesting. Although, I mean, if you didn't know this, Phoenix does actually, he does actually age through the games, which is quite a fun shift. Or at least he ages between a couple of them. I don't know if he ages again later, but it's fun. If you've only played the first 3, you should play... Oh no, hold on. Sorry, before that. You should play Apollo Justice. It's a good game. Right. Okay. Then we go on. It's only main series. No, I want to go to this one. Still away. What do you mean? Okay. Who the fuck is this? Oh, is this the costume Old Bag wears over her head? Wendy Old Bag. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna get this one. Is this the mascot character from... No, because that's in Investigations. Is this Silver Samurai? Are they not going to say Silver Samurai? I think they say, what the fuck's his name? What the hell's the guy's name who plays the Silver Samurai? The big lad, who everyone's like, oh, this guy's too muscular, too hairy, he'll scare children for being so ripped. John Samurai. John S. Samurai. What the fuck is his name? Will Power. Yeah, Will Powers. No? I have a feeling it's not... Like, this is clearly a costume, right? Larry Butts. I got no fucking clue. You know what? Move on to the next one. No. This is... I'm assuming you're trying to guess which case this is. This is the final case from... It's only one. This is... what the fuck is that called? Is it Farewell, My Turnabout? The one where you have to... Where, you face up against Von Karma to reveal the truth. Is that not what it's called? Fuck. What the fuck was it called? Turnabout Goodbyes. Yes, yes, okay. Okay. That's enough of that for now. Turn that off. Now let's get into it. Let's get into what you've all been here for. Oh shit, 5 Hearts Under One Roof Season 2 released. I think it might have been out for a while, actually. Just came up on Steam. I don't know why Steam revealed that to me when I haven't even played the first one. I guess they just clocked me as a fucking NL fan. Wasn't there a guy in a bird or a penguin costume? Is that in past... Bye-bye, I Eat Random Berries. Hope you enjoy the rest of your spoiler-free day. Was that post Apollo Justice? Because if it was, I might not have seen it. Beautiful. All right, I'm hoping it's going to come up on the screen any minute now. There we go. There we go. Yes, I was going to do the other 2 bonuses now that we're into the next part. I think it's good to not do too many in a row, so we'll do the next 2 now. Also, now that we kind of know... Oh, so this is actually her apartment as well. Nice. I noticed from the shaking. I'll go to bonuses. Bonus scenarios. Yes. And so the 2 we haven't done... We did London and we did Reyes, right? So let's do Carlos. Carlos Flat. Although I don't know what he's going to say, because he didn't even... He was just like an innocent bystander. So this is like an offboarding thing? An exit interview? Yes, it is like that. I'm assuming this is, I've forgotten her name. Robo-Maya, which is what I'll call her. Doing these interviews. Also, where should I move the chat? Here? Where are we thinking? Here? Here? Probably here, right? Forgets his name, fucking hates her. I forget many names. If that's one thing you need to know about me, I forget names all the time. I forgot like 3 names talking about stuff so far today. I forgot Brandon Sanderson's name. I forgot, like, which character was from Game of Thrones. Like, you know, I'm pretty sure, you know, my brain's just going to collapse in like 5 years. What's your name? Your name is WeebyWeeb188, I believe. Okay. I remember her name being... Oh, fuck. It was something that sounded like something else. Which I realise is the worst. Sarah, that's it, because it sounded like Sierra. Look. Unk still got it, okay? Unk still got it. Oh. Well, that's sweet of Morgan, still worrying about me. How'd you know I'd be here? She didn't. Why are you here? Oh. I'm gonna get back to my some of my stuff the police collected as evidence. Don't tell Morgan that, by the way. Is there something embarrassing among what they seized? No, it's just... I'm guessing as my lawyer. Is she still my lawyer? Well, as a lawyer, she'd probably know the exact right form to get the stuff back, but it's okay. I want to do this myself. Why is that? Conquering my fears, maybe? Last time I came here, I was dragged in, strong-armed. Everything was going so fast I barely spoke. I didn't stand up for myself. If I'd been able to stop and think things through clearly, well, I could never have done what Morgan did, but maybe I wouldn't have got myself dug so deep. It must have been very upsetting, being accused of something so terrible. I'm sure we acted just as well as anyone could be expected to. Thanks. I think. My arm? No, it's not back. It's still not back, bro. You need to file a complaint or something. At this point, I'm better off getting an upgrade rather than waiting for my current model to get fixed. Is that allowed? Yeah, it is. Can't downgrade, can't trade in, can't opt out. But Hindy will let me upgrade at any time. Do you ever regret it? Getting modded? Sometimes. I know Carlos, he's got a rough life. He got fucked over hard. But you know what? It's one of these things where ignorance is bliss, right? I imagine it'd feel a lot worse for him if he knew the actual truth. His fucking lawyer killed his girlfriend. But I have a lot of regrets. Compared to some of them, buyer's remorse is... How do you deal with your buyer's remorse? Lately I've been lying face down on the floor and exhaling. That's a fucking mood. Just for 30 seconds. I count to 30. And you feel better afterwards? Yeah. I mean, I've seen the protests, but I've never... There's a lot of pains being a modder. Makes sense that people would have loud opinions, want them heard. But we all made a choice. All signed the papers. I guess that's just how it is. That's just it, huh? Not all of us made the choice ourselves. Society. I got modded to help my career. Didn't need to get modded in order to have one. But a lot of people did and do. There was this guy, worked with us for 1 quarter. Damn, that's a fucking cheap wage. Heyo. Probably a vet, but didn't want to talk about it, so none of us asked. Okay. Fuck. I thought they meant like an actual vet. Like, not like, you know, works with animals. I was like, what the fuck is a vet doing on a construction site? Good co-worker. Very gung-ho. Cheery in a musclehead kind of way. It's a physical job, so there were no slouches. But he wasn't just fit, he was cut. Look, what goes on in the locker rooms and the showers is between you guys. I didn't need to know it. and handsome. And so when he kept showing up to work with more and more mods, all of them cosmetic, I didn't get it. What's he missing? What's a guy like that want to change about himself? We need to know he was cut. That's important for the law. Got offered full time at the end of the contract, but he said he needed something that paid better. Turns out he'd blown every paycheck at elective surgeons. Palamine and HR said he'd given his insurance info to 6 different clinics in the span of 4 weeks. Word is, he wasn't even using the pain pills. Sold them to some drivers for extra cash. That's the worst I've ever seen it. Grafting runaway or plastophilia or whatever they're calling it now. It's not the only time I've seen it. It's not like there's no incentive for it. Because there are plenty of Megs out there that see people hurting like that and think, there's an ideal worker. Imagine a world where you can't get a job unless you're sufficiently hot enough. And I mean not like a model job, like literally just like a white collar fucking office job. But like, we need every single person in the office to be a smoking 9 or above. That is our hiring policy. Male, female, genderless, whatever. Don't care, as long as their ass is fat and their smile is white. I don't care. Get them in there. That's just real life. If that's real life, I need to work at the offices you work at. That's what I'm gonna say. So you work for Morgan, and you're... Wow. Lawyers must make more money than I realised. Wait, are you going to give me the bill? How much do I owe? You don't owe her anything. Her services were paid for by the state. I happen to be forbidden from handling any kind of financials, due to an ongoing dispute about what constitutes essential office supplies. Sarah, did you order... What did you order? Did you order a Switch 2 to the office? You know that a Switch was just fine. There's no games that are worth buying a Switch 2 for. It's a waste of money. Wait at least until the next 3 Fire Emblem games out. I hear ya. Dan was always the money smart one. Pretty strict, actually. Apart from when it came to her fucking Labubus. Yeah. Unless you saw a fidget tubby on the shelf. Or a PS5. Rookie mistake. Rookie mistake. It's the year 2083 and the PS5 still has no games. You can see her eyes light up. You can hear her huffing like she just won the lottery. They're ugly cute, babe. And I would say, well, you're cute, cute, babe. Oh my god, shut the hell up. Believe it or not, she thought I was pretty suave. Get this guy out of here. Playback complete. Oh, Morgan interview. That Morgan interview is going to be fun. What is going to go on here? Begin playback. You're going to interview me here? You did say I need to practice asking better questions. But right now? Because you said the police will be making us wait so they feel more important for the next 20 minutes. Is there some more productive way we could spread that time? I was planning on napping. For 20 minutes? In the lobby of a police precinct? I can fall asleep anywhere. It's one of my many hidden talents. It's not that hidden. I'm pretty sure it was on the profile. Oh, well, we can't see it, but I'm pretty sure it was there. You're going to write all this down? Could you start with your name for the records? Morgan. And your first name? You should know by now that no one calls me by my first name. All right, Angelica, calm down. Was it Angelica or was it Angelina? That's something you have control over. I wouldn't want to force the issue. How long has that been the case? As long as I care to remember. Evangeline, that was it, yeah. Angelica. Yeah, she's actually the... This is actually the grown-up version of the one from Rugrats. The girl, Angelica from Rugrats. Then what do your parents call you? Ellipses. The tumor. What? Jesus Christ. Look, okay. That was a joke. Okay, well, I can't tell with you, love. You kill people on the weekends. I can fully believe that your parents called you the tumor. Oh, maybe we should start you off with someone a little bit more your speed. Who better to start than with you? Someone who likes talking about themselves. You seem to talk about yourself as much as anyone else does. Or more. Oh, fucking get owned. I tell people things about myself. It's different. Because you're lying? Now you're getting it. Bing! Oh, we just got a social point with her. Nice. I wonder what confident level we're going to get to. It's not very polite to lie. On the contrary, telling the truth is usually rude. I'm not sure your clients will appreciate that sentiment. We're not talking about my clients. We're talking about manners. We were supposed to be talking about you. Look, the sooner you learn this, the better. When people ask how you are or what you've been up to, they're not looking for anything nearly so heavy as the truth. On confident level 10, Morgan just kills you. Oh, it's the route from that one bit in Persona 5 that I don't want to spoil. Is that confident? Okay, I got you. Although that happens in 7, I think, on confident 7. What arcana are the devil characters? You know what? That's a very interesting question. Morgan is obviously the devil arcana. Like, there's no denying that. I wish I had all the profiles. What's her face's name? Is it Hannah? What's her name? She is the Justice Arcana. I would say Emma. Emma, that's it. I would say Reyes is the Chariot Arcana. And I would say London is it the who was the old man in Persona 3? Which Arcana was he? Was he Moon or Tower? I think he was Tower. Was he Tower? No, he might have been Moon. Look, let's wait until we get into episode 1 and we can look at the profiles again. Hold that thought for now. We'll get back to it. They're just following the template, and the polite thing to do is for you to follow the template as well. Yeah, let's practice. Hi, how are you? I'm good, thank you. Way too late. The whole point is to be on autopilot. Now you've forced them to grab the wheel, check their mirrors, and no one's ever grateful for the extra workload. You can be very cynical about these things. You can be very cynical about these kind of things at times. I'm just trying to teach. I'm just trying to tell you that people are fundamentally lazy. I mean, fucking real. So if you want to be a social butterfly, like me, try not to make them work so too hard. Fundamentally lazy? Do you think people are fundamentally good too? Obviously. If they weren't, they wouldn't be so easy to trick. So, are you planning on answering any of my questions about yourself? I've still got time to kill. Fire away. Will you be honest? Oh, I wouldn't want to be rude. Nice. Nice. When is your birthday? Wait, you're not trying to guess my passwords, are you? I would never commit identity fraud. Not the worst way of going about it, actually. Look, Morgan, it's the year 2088. I hope to God people are not using their birthdays as their passwords. December 26th. Again, I think I said this last time. One of the worst days to be born. That's just human nature. I would assume it would all be like bio, thumbprint, blood, like connect up your arm or USB that you've got in your body or whatever. Retina scan, that kind of thing. I wouldn't even think they use passwords anymore. The 26th? That's almost Christmas. Well, did you know? That's true, but almost Christmas means it isn't Christmas. Oh god, they're doing it. Fuck! They're doing it. They're doing the fucking thing. Okay, +2. +2. They're doing the thing. Alright. That's a good reference. But almost Christmas means it's not Christmas. Wait, that's not the cornered sound, that's the Mortal Kombat theme. Fuck. Your insights are always so original. Nice. That's another +2. +4. That's a +4. Alright, you got me, game. And they got me. They got my ass. Did you receive your presents on your birthday or on Christmas? What do you mean? Did you not celebrate Christmas in your family? We did. So did your parents give you presents on the 25th or the 26th? Well, I got Christmas presents on Christmas, and I got birthday presents on my birthday. Obviously. I don't think you received any Christmas presents at all. So I watched the episode 0 stream, true. Are all your questions going to be this strange? What is your favourite colour? Are all your questions going to be this juvenile? If you prefer something weightier, do you volunteer? No. Do you donate? Yes. What causes do you donate towards? Endangered wildlife. I mean, I fully believe that's true. If there's one thing I can imagine a sociopathic killer who does not respect any human beings at all would donate to, it's something which is not to do with humans in any way, shape, or form. What's with the face? It's on auto renewal. I just haven't cancelled it yet. You've mentioned a mentor figure before. No way I ever called her a mentor. A busybody, maybe. World record holder for billable hours spent under the influence, perhaps. That's a hell of a title. Or a farming title. Or just, the cougar from hell. Another aura farming title. Can you get a recap of the last Devil stream you haven't caught up? Okay. So, I would say spoilers, but if you're here, I assume you don't care. Basically, we find out that our good friend, who is the head roboticist at one of the big corporations, died. Which actually saddens us because we actually like him. We get a phone call from his assistant who said, "Can you please come to the office? He wanted to give you something." We go, okay. We go into the office. We find all the police around, blah, blah, blah. We go in, we solve a couple of puzzles. We find out there is a super advanced android hidden in his basement that he's given to us to look after. It doesn't follow regular android commands. It's super strong, super powerful, extremely expensive. The kind of thing he probably couldn't make by himself. But it's also like a young child kind of vibe. It's basically Maya. If you imagine Maya from Phoenix Wright was like a 1,000 kilogram killer robot, that's who we have. We then find out, they tell us that our friend committed suicide, which we're like, there's no way he did that. But we don't really care. We're like, whatever, we're gonna leave. But then the android says, you owed my father, aka her friend, Morgan's friend, a favor. I'm cashing the favor in now. Prove this was not a suicide. And she's like, well, I did owe him a favor, so fuck it, sure, I'll do this one thing. So we just talked to the police and the district attorney and told them, like, we're representing him now. We're going to take this to court, even though it's what's the word? They think like there's no way they could lose. It's clearly an open shut case, blah 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 blah. But we're going to take them there and prove that it was not a suicide. And that's about as far as we got. Also, thank you Repute and Silver for both having 45 stream streaks. My god. Repute with 45 stream used. True. And then Woms from Silver. Woms. If she'd rubbed off on me in any way, I'd have hives. I see. Now, which one of those is Sarah? Or she was the killer robot Maya? Or do you mean in all the nicknames? Killed me that he's faster on stream streaks too. Thank you, Silver, for the 100 bits. That is, you know what? It's hard living in the shadow. Is she a smoker? Lastly, do you know your 3 sizes? I do. Would you tell me? That's private. You value your privacy very highly, don't you? More like everyone else doesn't value it enough. Water's rising. World's getting smaller. Literally. Less real estate to go around. Everything's connected to everything else. These days, just wanting some time or space to yourself is considered selfish. Or worse. Only the guilty have something to hide. I don't like that phrase. Well, look, Morgan, I agree with you, but you're also a serial murderer. So you do actually have a lot of things to hide. So it's kind of like, you know when it says like the worst person you know made a great point? It's kind of like that. It's like, you look, I agree with you, but you can't say that. Because you literally have a lot of things to hide that you are guilty of. Mm-hmm. Laws like the Mob Act have made it so anonymity and privacy are luxuries. Privileges reserved for the privileged. And if anyone below that tax bracket tries to claw away a little bit for themselves, it can only be because they're guilty, right? Is that why you became a criminal defense attorney? To defend people's innocence? That's private. Ooh. Playback complete. Okay. Previous menu. Main menu. Let's get right back into the action, baby. This one. And wait, this ain't the action. This is, oh god, we're in a recursive loop. Hold on, uh-oh. That autosave better not have, no, I manually saved, hold on. This one? This is not it. Hold on. Uh-oh. Hold on. Load game. Okay, thank God. Okay. We're fine. Okay, oh my god, I had a heart attack there for a second. Morgan Sarah dynamic sweeps Phoenix and Maya dynamic by a magnitude of 10. I agree with you. They're much more interesting dynamic. But there is something wholesome. There's something wholesome at the Phoenix Maya dynamic. Let's get right back into it. And by back into it, I mean the real thing, which is working out which arcana each of these people would be. So we have Sarah. Sarah would be... I'd put her down as the Hermit Arcana. I think she's the Hermit Arcana. I think she's separated from everyone else in the world. She has, like, no one. She's kind of alone, but she's also, she's, like, clever. Like, she's, like, very techie, like Futaba. I'm giving it to her. David? David could have been... Fuck. You give her the star? Okay, give her the star. Give David Hermit. Sure. Fran is the... maybe he's the Moon Arcana. Maybe they're the Moon Arcana, because, like, troubled... problematic. I would give him the Devil Arcana, but obviously Morgan is the Devil Arcana. London is yeah, ooh, yeah, whatever the I think the Tower or the did I already give the Moon? I think I did. Yeah, I'll give him like the Tower. I want him to be whatever the monk guy was. And I think the monk was Moon actually. Fuck. Otherwise he's the Chariot. No, Reyes the Chariot, I think. Victoria Masters, she is the... God, I want her to be the devil as well. All of them should be the devil. Monk was Tower? Okay, we'll give that to Tower then. We'll give London Tower. Reyes is 100% the Chariot. She's full Chariot vibes. Victoria is hold on. Persona Arcanas. What we got here? What major arcanas do we have? You know what? I think she's the Empress. I'm gonna say she's the Empress because she's like the mentor for Morgan. Fuck it, everyone's the moon. Emma is to me the Hierophant because she represents Justice. No, she's Justice. She's Justice because she's obviously the it's a thing between Hierophant or Justice because Justice obviously because she is the alternating side and in the courtroom, and also she's trying to bring the killer to justice, which is us, so that makes sense. But also she is also the voice of authority, so again she could also be Hierophant. So it's a tough one. Morgan, Reyes is Chariot, Rockford. Yeah, so she I think would be Justice. Sarah, we already had. Starling. Starling is Lovers. I think Starling is Lovers. She gives me Lovers vibes. You know, she's very Anne-coded. You think Starling is Star? Look, I don't know if Starling is Star. Who the hell who's Star? Teddy was Star, and Hifumi was Star. I don't know if fucking Akihiko was Star, apparently. I don't know if she's star-coded. I don't know Tarot enough. I basically all I'm doing is just thinking of the characters and Persona and like what archetypes they were, and then kind of putting that together. Like I don't know what they're meant to be. I can only tell what it is from fucking Persona. You would say Morgan is Devil, Emma is Judgment, Reyes is Chariot, London is Magician. London's Magician. Yeah, David is Hermit. Sarah is Justice. Wasn't Aegis Star? Hold on. Not here. Here, Aegis is Aeon. Oh no, hold on. Also Chariot? That might have been depending on which version it is, or like if you're doing the DLC or not. See, if you make Sarah Justice doesn't. I don't know if she's Justice. I don't know. She feels too baby girl to be Justice. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, let's actually play the fucking game now before people throw a riot. Right, let's get back into it. Pretty quiet elevators, huh? Dining room. You could have taken the next one. It's a busy building, detective. Can't hold up everyone else on our account. Anything you'd like to grumble at me before I start? Don't touch anything. I don't care that you're wearing gloves. I have been to crime scenes before, you know. Long before the police get there, in many cases. Look, Rockford asked me to not get in your way, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna bend over for you. Do you at least have the autopsy report? No. Are you seriously? I don't. She doesn't? The report should have come in hours ago. It wouldn't take this long unless the cause of death was still... If only there was an inferior male friend for the magician. Don't worry, I'm sure one will pop up. Then I'd settle for a summary of the preliminary findings. An emergency call was made shortly after 8 PM on last night via the home's security system. Okay, 8 PM. Emergency medical systems had a VTOL in the air within the minute. They landed on the penthouse's helipad at 8:08 and a heartbreak. Dr. Asher was found unconscious with low blood pressure and a weak heartbeat. He wasn't breathing. In-flight audio triage administered artificial CPR while in transit to the Gatesfield Memorial. He was declared dead a few minutes after being taken to the emergency wing. I see. And the cause of death is... being investigated. Make an educated guess. He stopped breathing, so they gave him oxygen. His heart stopped pumping, so they had the machines take over. His brain activity dropped to 0. and there wasn't anything else they could do. It was poison, wasn't it? What kind? You don't know, do you? Ah, they don't know either. Like I said, Mom, we don't have the autopsy report yet. Why are you certain it was poison, Adonai? Couldn't have been an accidental overdose. If he had overdosed on a commercial drug, even a pre-med student would have spotted it on the hospital's intake screening. They would have been able to pump his stomach, neutralize his bloodstream, and he would have lived. But he didn't live. Oh, sorry. What the fuck? Who was that? Hold on. Which one was it? L? But he didn't live. So that's just cut that take. For the audiobook, cut that previous take, insert that one in. It'll be fun. So it must have been something deadly. A compound designed solely to kill. A fast-acting, deadly poison that causes respiratory failure. The list can't be that long. Zone chat stenographer? Look, we're playing a courtroom game. You've got to have a stenographer. Even just the process of elimination, the medical examiner should have identified it by now. Unless... You suspect a designer drug, don't you, Detective? Why is it you're only on the uptake when it suits you? Nothing else makes sense, given what we know and what we don't. But the CDCA decriminalised and catalogued all recreational drugs. Guess you aren't entirely clueless about politics. Let's have a look. CDCA. Contraband Decriminalisation Acts. A series of laws passed in the 2060s that decriminalised all narcotics use and established the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight to administrate the production, licensing, distribution and taxation of drugs across the country. Overwhelmed by civil unrest and eager to replenish government coffers, the CDCA were intended to reduce the backlog of criminal cases across the country and provide much-needed tax income, while also incentivising immigration with the promise of amnesty. In what was considered a domino effect, other nations... Calm down there, Emma. Other nations around the globe passed comparable laws to build up their own depleted war chests and revitalise their local economies. The so-called White Wave of global amnesty overturned the international drug trafficking market in just a few short years. The Grey Wave followed soon after, as money-starved criminal organisations waged economic and literal war against multinational corporations for dominance of this new grey market. Fierce competition for government licenses to produce classic narcotics emerged alongside a race to develop new, more powerful designer drugs and to monopolise on their sale in the months it would take the government to identify and legalise them. While rates of addictions and overdose deaths have dropped since their peaks in the last 2 decades, the dangers associated with untested designer drugs and drug distributors' eagerness to earn new consumers has considered to fuel the debate over whether the legacy of the CDCA and the White Wave as a whole. Oh. Hold on, I just need to fill up my drink real quick. I got a delicious, refreshing Pepsi Max here for me. Just what I need. Hashtag sponsored. Here, see if you can hear this. Does that pick up on the mic? It's not as nice sounding as a can opening. All you see is Giga shaking. Ah, fuck. My ASMR stream ruined. Well, hey. You know what? Imagine you heard like a glugging sound with a glass being filled. This stream is rough on the dry mouth, though, I'll tell you that. Okay, where are we? Okay. So, whatever father overdosed on should have been in the hospital database. You need to update your definition. You're confusing designer drugs with recreational drugs. Designer drug. In the literal sense, designer merely denotes any drug that is custom made as opposed to mass produced, typically outside of normal pharmaceutical industry standards. In common parlance, however, designer drugs, DDs, deeds, and deads, are illicit narcotics formulated to produce a recreational high. While the CDCA and White Wave that followed it legalised and taxed virtually all known narcotics, it did so alongside extensive documentation and study, and those laws could only apply to drugs that already existed. Any drug patented after the White Wave must go through an approval process and registration with national and international authorities. A time-consuming process that can take anywhere from 6 months to several years. This time lag creates a window of opportunity where organised criminal groups can step in to meet the demand for a narcotic that has been known as riding the wave. Nice. Is the new normal for the international drug trade, pitting mob chemists against corporate laboratories in a race to develop newer, more powerful, and more easily habit-forming drugs, and cornering the market on them before legislation catches up to them. Users also frequently searched for, is Nerve legal yet? Best New Deads 2086. Nirvana designed by who? What is the difference? Recreational drugs are decriminalised and sold through pharmacies after years of testing and mountains of paperwork, while the average designer drug was invented last week in a 19-year-old's line cook's bathroom on the other side of the globe. Hospitals can't know the proper countermeasures for an overdose of a drug that didn't exist 48 hours ago. I came across makeshift labs all the time when I was in uniform. The equipment's cheap and widely available. Black market cooks, grey market peddlers, and white-collar lobbyists all chasing each other's tails in a long line to find the next big hit. CDCA didn't change shit. More people die from ODs than ever before. Only difference is, it's their families finding them in the living room and not beat cops finding them on the street corners. Real comforting, I'm sure. If it wasn't you talking, I'd say that was criticism of law enforcement. Not law enforcement, just a law. Assuming it was a designer drug, that would certainly make things more complicated. For the insurance guys, maybe. For us, whatever he used to do it, he still killed himself. Or didn't kill himself, if you insist. I'm going to take a look around now. Yeah, sure. Make yourself at home. What's that face for? I thought there would be an outline. An outline? Around where they found father. Like in the movies? Like in film? Connect to the police's network and bring up their ARCS file. Augmented reality crime scene. I see. Into Somnium. Authenticating, downloading, initializing. My god, it's augmented reality. There is an outline. So this is where he died at the hospital. This is just where the medics found him. And it's the sensors and the cameras they were wearing that create the basis for this ARCS. They didn't realise they were walking to a crime scene, but their body cams gathered data all the same. Where do we start? You can start by following behind me and trying to be as quiet as possible. I'm starting to get a feel when she's pouting even without looking. Man, it really is the fucking Phoenix Wright Maya dynamic. 100%. Alright, what we got here? Let's check this. Yes, Matin 5, of course. A chessboard and a data with a pad with a series of characters on it. E4, C5, NF3, E6, D4, CXD4, NXD4. This is a cipher. It's a game. A game? Well, okay. What do they mean? Because that's a series of chess notation that you would tell someone else if you were playing a game with them. Like, if I was playing a game over the phone or via mail, it's a message because you're sending a message, but I assume they mean it's a game because that he's playing a game of chess with someone. Algebraic notation. Was he studying an old game or playing against himself? Black has checkmate in 40 moves. Black has checkmate in 40 moves. Bro's looking at fucking game 5. 40 moves. Wow, a robot that's good at chess. We would have put you in a museum. Out. That's so fucking funny. That's so funny looking at a chessboard that hasn't moved a single piece and then going checkmate in 40. But I'll take your word for it. What do you mean? Do you not play, Adonai? No, especially not against David. Well, that is to be expected. Shing! Anyone who challenged Father to a battle of wits would naturally grow tired of losing. Every game starts the same, every player has the same pieces, the same moves, the same options. It's a true test of wit, strategy, and forethought. Although I do believe if you start off as the white player, you do get like a 0.5% increased chance of victory. To me, it always seemed too boring, too fair. The smartest player wins every time. Also, it is too boring. There's no tech tree, no fog of war, no upgrades. It's no Polytopia. I think that's the game, Polytopia. And if that is something you take fault with? Of course. How's a gal like me supposed to win a game like that? Okay, well, let's leave the body till last. Better take a closer look. Oh, he's having a rager. What do I got here? Road River Whiskey. 12 years old. You recognise it? Sure, he was more than partial to the brand. It's a good brand, only a bit overpriced, which is the bargain of a lifetime in David's world. It appears that the police have already tested its contents. No foreign matter present, was their conclusion. Is it possible the police missed the poison? No. Even if they can't identify a poison, they can detect its presence by comparing samples of the whiskey to a bottle off the store shelf. So we can eliminate the possibility that the bottle of whiskey was poisoned. Ooh, evidence! Okay. A bottle of Rose River whiskey found on the dining table at the scene of the crime. Forensic analysis shows no foreign elements or toxins, known to be a brand favoured by the deceased. We'll have to find our smoking gun elsewhere. Okay, let's have a look at the old spilled alcohol. The arc shows how it looked last night before it evaporated. No foreign substances in the puddle. It's clean. So does that mean wherever the spill came from must be clean as well? Two cups. One empty, knocked over, and one mostly empty. These look cheap. Did his guest bring them? I've seen them before in the basement liquor cabinet. He kept these lying around. Bro loves having a 50 stack of red paper cups. I knew he would get re-gifted those crystal glasses I got him. Ark says there's nothing foreign in the upright one, so it can't have been poisoned. Results are inconclusive on the other cup, however. Looks bone dry. Must have been nothing but fumes left by the time this was considered a crime scene. Just not enough there for them to test. Inconclusive could mean inconclusive means inconclusive. That's all. Cheer up and read me the results of the fingerprinting. Father's prints are on both cups, as expected. But there are someone else's on the upright cup, so someone else must have been with him last night. Slow down. All that proves is someone else touched the cup. Doesn't tell us when they did it. And since we don't know who the prints belong to... How do you not know who the prints belong to? In how unprivatized this world is, I would have assumed they would take your prints when you were born. Adonai, why don't we know who the prints belong to? That's what I'm saying. Are the prints flagged as unidentified, or... She's watching live. Fuck, she's reading the chat. It's just above her head. No, there's space for a name, but the field is black. Shit, am I already that late to the action? Detective Reyes? Yeah? There's a second set of prints on the cups. Is there a form you'd like me to sign? Doesn't matter how nicely you ask. Sometimes people just can't answer. You should know that damn well, Madame Counselor. I was afraid you'd say that. I don't understand, Adonai. What does this mean? It means that whoever those prints belong to has very proactive representation. Those prints belong to a witness. As you've guessed, you're more than welcome to their testimony. But their identity is... The department is being very considerate of the witness's privacy out of respect for their time and appreciation for their cooperation. Fine, forget the name. that easily? Subpoenas are always an option, but I'm short on time. Let's have a look. Subpoena. A court order compelling an individual's attendance or the provision of evidence. A legal order is issued by the state on behalf of the prosecution or the defence that compels the addressed party to give testimony, provide information, or turn over evidence. Failure to comply with the subpoena will result in being charged with contempt of court. It's interesting only the contempt is capitalised. I would have assumed court was also capitalised. But, you know, whatever. What did the witness have to say for themselves, detective? To paraphrase, they came to see Dr. Asher last night. The two of them talked and they had a drink together. Then, the doctor got sick, so they activated the emergency system from the panel in the kitchen. The EMTs came and took them both to the hospital. Asher's condition got worse. All of the witnesses' vitals were normal. The witness had their vitals taken, and there should be a record of their admission at Gatesfield. And that's it. I'm guessing you didn't just take all that on faith. The number is set up in most of the rooms on this floor. Everything the witness told us was corroborated by the building's own surveillance system. So yes, we can guarantee that the witness never put anything into Asher's drink. I'm guessing I can't have the keys to Penumbra, can I? Not until the witness's lawyers are done reviewing it. Lawyers, plural? I don't have time to trade jabs at the law offices of Johnson, Johnson, Johnson & Johnson. Say, how about I give you their business card? The law offices of Culture, Gustav, Prince & Prince? I was close. No way I'll be getting any client information out of them directly. If all you bloodsuckers want to get together and tear each other apart, text me before you start. I'd like to watch. Yeah, I bet you like to watch. What? What does that even mean? I don't know. Needed a moment to think. So that was it? One chat, one peek at the cans, and you've already eliminated them as a suspect? Look, they were searched. They didn't have any poison, any drugs, not even a stick of gum. Even if they somehow did have poison on them, the camera footage confirms they had no opportunity to use it. They drank from the same bottle as a dead man. As far as the department's concerned, they were nearly the second victim. But they aren't dead, or even ill, from the sound of things. So you think he poisoned his own cup beforehand, then poured the both of them from a safe bottle? That's what the evidence is telling us. There's nothing in the bottle or the witness's cup. But after drinking from his cup, a cup he prepared himself, he fell ill and the witness didn't. And Asher died with foreign substances in his body. An unidentified foreign substance. Oh, there's just more evidence, right? But the cup, nothing. Yeah, I think this is all the stuff we've known, right? Upright cup. Yeah, and then whiskey spill. Yeah. Suicide by poison. I get that you were close, and simple explanations aren't all that satisfying. But that's life. One last thing. Columbo style. You just said he prepared his cup himself? Did you see that on camera? He left the parlour to get the drinks and came back with his already poured. The witness says he got them from the basement. The witness says that not on the cameras. There's no cams in the lab or the basement. That seems like a security hazard. Why would Noble not set things up more carefully? It's intentional. If cams of his lab ever got hacked, outsiders could steal his IP and kick Noble's monopoly out to the curb. Right. David did complain about Noble's weird protocols for combating corporate espionage. At least we can take comfort in knowing that Father wasn't alone when he died. Yeah, that's worth investigating. Okay, let's do a bit of reading. Password locked, but already cracked by the police, it seems. All the docs were take home safe. Nothing spicy. When was it last used? 7:48 PM. And then the murder happened. Well, he suddenly collapsed just past 8, right? Okay. Still reading work emails only a few minutes before he committed suicide? Morbid. There's a lot of messages marked priority that breadcrumb their way back to an article. Warm android's blood saves soldiers' lives. Is this the same one we watched before? Or read before? In a stunning, heroic episode, one of our nation's brave soldiers had their life saved by a noble android, and in a way that no other competitive product could. A brave private, name withheld, was wounded during a military operation whose exact nature and location is currently classified. Bleeding badly and far from the nearest triage station, he was carried to safety by his fellow freedom fighter, an animate 16 Enforcer, one of the few warm androids being currently tested out by the armed forces. Why is this added in? Interesting. But the android didn't just sit there and wait for evac. It opened up its own arteries and pumped life-saving UD, Universal Donor, synthetic plasma into the young man's veins, stabilizing him long enough to reach a military hospital. I have no doubt he'd be dead if it was alongside any other android fighting alongside him. I fucked up that sentence. If there were any other android fighting alongside him, said one commanding officer, who asked not to be named. I always thought Noble was only good at making ads that look good. Now I know they've got something inside them that no one else can compete with. The story brings a well-deserved shot in the arm to Noble's stock prices and market share. With this one heroic moment, Noble's warm androids have proven themselves to be worth their price tag, and then some. And people in the capital are paying attention. It's certainly an interesting idea, Senator Mathing said when asked about committing to a military contract for Noble to provide the armed forces with warm models. This story's got people talking. If we just ignored our constituents' feeling on this matter, we'd be neglecting our duty as politicians, and I know none of my peers would ever try to put a price on the life of one of our soldiers. While additional details about the incident have remained closely guarded, the net is already ablaze with talk of, oh damn, you're not logged into this device. Why don't you pop your user details below and enable crumbs so you can get the You can get the user experience you deserve. Quiz afterwards, define socioeconomic ramifications of warm models. 3, minimum 1,000 words. Free text. That article I've seen going around. Why would Noble have marked it as priority? Starling said they weren't in any rush to pat each other on the back over it, even though they'd won themselves a real prize. It's got to be the military contract, right? They said they were mulling around this military contract. They now have an excuse to pressure the military into a contract with warm androids. Can't dismiss the expensive upgrade as unnecessary now it saved a soldier's life. Warm model means it has like blood. It's organic, basically. Whereas the cold androids are purely like robotic with like wires and oil. The warm models have synthetic blood and require feeding, basically. And also, yeah, they're higher maintenance, I think. But like as I said, like you can use their blood to replicate human blood. This time next year, there'll be pink oxidizing fluid being spilled all over the globe. Anything else? Oh, I got that on that. Okay, let's look. Police androids monitoring the scene. You almost mistake them for the real thing, the way they stand there trying to look important. Like an indoor dog taking its first trip to the park. Pardon? Why are you looking at it like you've never seen an android before? Because I haven't, in person. David didn't even let you have a mirror? Brutal. Just scan its gym if you're that curious. Unless it's considered too forward or whatever. I always admired this view of the kitchen, I guess. The buildings gleam with reflections of holograms and sunlight, and their shadows obscure all the rundown, rotting parts of the town. Maybe the view's secondary. Maybe all anyone really wants is to put as much distance between them and the street level as possible. Is it possible a witness could have seen something through these windows? Not through these windows, no. David installed wide-spectrum auto tint in all his homes, all his cars. I didn't know that. Well, you wouldn't notice unless you were viewing the penthouse for more than... Why did he care so much about his windows? Who knows? Loved his privacy. Says here that when the medics arrived, he was on the floor face up. Does that tell you something? Face up is very weird. She like saw Morgan doing the pose and she did the pose herself. That's funny. Hey, if you were you were going to drink a glass of poison, would you be sitting or standing when you did it? They are very cute. I find it very difficult to speculate on that hypothetical scenario. The seat by his body is pulled out. If he was seated when he lost consciousness, I would expect to find him slumped over the table. But he wasn't found slumped over. No, he wasn't. And if he'd been standing when he lost consciousness, I would have think he would have fallen forward, or at least collapsed less neatly. So what can you conclude from that, Adonai? Only that I'm missing something. So am I, apparently. I don't know. I thought we got everything. Oh, I got one more thing. One chair knocked over. Probably where David was sitting. And one chair pulled out. A party of two. He never cared much for socializing, but he enjoyed hosting. Contradictory guy. Seemed like there's everything critical on this side of the room. Which leaves the kitchen. You said there's camera footage of the dining room showing David and his guest? What about in here? I mean, the camera in the kitchen is the one mounted on the call terminal. A console took a snap image when the witness ran in to contact emergency services. May I see it? No. Not unless you scrape the witness's face off the pic first. Don't tempt me. Huh? This is where the emergency call was made. What time did the call go out? 8:04 p.m. Before you ask, the witness left the parlour at 8:03. Not enough time for them to alter the scene. I wasn't going to ask that. When did the medics arrive? 8:08 p.m., remember? Hell of a response time for a penthouse. Private EMS came by air? Yeah, they landed on the VTOL pad you saw outside. Took him to Gatesfield. The very best, if you can afford it. Looking around here, seems like he can afford a lot. He's got his insurance through his employer, just like most people. Atticus Executive Plan 4 isn't like most people, Councillor. This one. We got the witness testimony, and then Executive 4 plan. Atticus only offers 3 levels of employer, provided plans that outrank it. Okay. So he's doing pretty well. He had executive level? Not like most people at all. Messy workspaces, but a pristine kitchen. David was a good cook, but only for others. Unless he had a guest, he'd happily eat instant ramen and protein bars for all 3 meals. Or 2. Or 1. Fucking mood? No signs of food prep to be found. Not so much as a cheese board. So whoever this guest was, they must have shown up unannounced. 3 unwashed dishes and a single glass. Reyes, these dishes haven't been scanned for prints yet. And I just assumed you might want to do your job? Yeah, there are prints. Most shing. Oh, she's doing the shing. She's got her eye going. That's fun. I like the little animation there. Fucking pull your weight, Reyes, for God's sake. Most match the victim. But there's also... Huh. Hey! Don't sneak up on me like that. All I did was walk over to you. You knocked over the salt, Adonai. I was focused on the task at hand. I didn't realise tunnel vision was a selling point on your mod. Adonai, the salt. As I was saying, the witness's prints are on that glass. That glass in the sink? They were drinking from cups in the parlour. Did you see a glass on camera? No. So when did they touch this glass? You need to toss it over your shoulder. Witness must have thought about giving the guy some water, but he would have just choked on it if they had tried. What, you think this glass was the murder weapon? It's bad luck, Adonai. Oh, poor Sarah. Whacked him on the back of the head so fast it went between video frames. It's genius. You should go through the footage frame by frame to prove your theory. Bleh. Mature. It's bad luck. What have you been going on about? The salt? Shouldn't a machine be above petty superstition? It's not a superstition. It's ancient wisdom. Give me one logical reason to care. I'm a mod of our atheism, won't you know? If too much salt spills onto your food, it'll make you gag. Maybe it's on me for setting the bar too low there. Right. Oh, I can't look at my things. Did we finish this? Okay, it's fine. Right, what we got here? That's a fridge! I thought this was a room. Okay, damn. I knew he was living the high life, but fuck me. David's fridge. Normally I wouldn't go poking in the pantry at a crime scene, but this was a poisoning. Some white wines chilling in the drawer. Some real cheap liquor stuffed in the icebox. Old habits. Reyes, you said he left the parlour and came back with the whiskey from the basement? Huh? That's what the cams show, yeah. There's plenty to drink right here. And like the cabinet downstairs, it's actually cold. He must have wanted Rose River in particular. What's that look for? You hungry? I am an android. I do not get hungry. Are you being sarcastic? Only mostly. I thought you said you required organic nourishment. I do ingest organic substances. Proud. That doesn't mean that I experience hunger as you do. So when you don't ingest organic substances for a long time, you... I become tired. What a great feature. And when I'm done digesting, I don't need to know. You've now had a chance to survey the crime scene. Okay, let's have a look. Okay. Salt shaker. I love that this is down on the thing here. Consuming too much salt at once will make you gag, according to Sarah. The cap was loose. The cap was loose. Is this some bullshit where, like, they poisoned the salt and then, like, he, like, salted the rim of his drink? Like he would do with, like, some cocktails? Like you do with tequila? But he's doing whiskey. It'd be weird for him to do that with whiskey. I don't know. Or did they put salt into one of the drinks? Which made him think like, oh, this is gross. And then he grabbed another drink and that was the poisoned one? Yeah. So, do you think you know what happened? Detective, is his body still at the hospital morgue? The Salt Killer. My God, the Salt Killer strikes again. Flashback. It was me, Morgan. I'm the Salt Killer as well as the Heartbreak Killer, and I killed him, and they'll never know. Yeah, he's at Gatesfield, along with half 100 noble megs who've all called dibs. And then I'll just have to cut in line. Sarah, get me a ride to Gatesfield Memorial. What? You can do that, can't you? I can. But I need your payment information to get started. Please give me your credit card details and the funny 3 little digits on the back. Yeah? Okay. Understood. On my way down. Got it. Sync complete. Set pickup for 10 minutes should be plenty. You threw salt through the vent while she was busy. I dropped the salt from my backpack. The crowd down there seems to have gone quite large. 10 minutes to reach the pickup spot. Maybe an ambitious target, Adonai. How bad can it be? 30 minutes later. 12:21. Is that 20 minutes later? Maybe. As I approach the lobby's exit, the building's soundproofing begins to fail. The crowd has gotten bigger, but there's something else happening out there. The energy's not panicked yet, but it's creeping up on the tipping point. Are this many people pissed at Noble for selling androids? The hell's got them all so excited? Adonai, what does that symbol mean? In this rabble? Probably something vulgar. Which one? That heart with the bullet hole. I don't know. Probably nothing. Interesting. Why the fuck are they... Oh, okay. Based on the net associations, it appears to be the symbol of a heart rate killer. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why'd that freak have a symbol? Freaky. Or following. Or these... whatever these people are. And why the hell would they be outside David Ash's apartment? Because Noble's trying to cover up the truth. They are? Those Megs in there are scrambling to shred any documents they can. We need to stick together, form a perimeter, and try and catch them when they go to dump the scraps. Sarah, what are you hoping to find? Proof that Asher was killed for trying to blow the whistle. Blow the whistle? On a heartbreak? Noble doesn't want the world to know that A16 is sentient and homicidal. You think the heartbreak is an android? You think whoever did all this was human? Little they know, I actually am an android. I, Morgan, was the first android that fucking what's-his-face made. Noble's advanced prototype went amok and started killing random people? Don't be a lamb, it only looks random. There's a clear pattern as long as you're smart enough to see past the bullshit. Oh, okay. And how does one see past the bullshit? Stop engaging. Smart kid. She gets it. She's asking the right questions. What the hell are you talking about? No way those victims weren't related. It's got to be deniable ops. What is deniable ops? Deniable is a fictional classification for the clandestine state actions that need not be taken responsibility for because of plausible deniability, and military disinformation efforts create enough confusion that every party involved, even the victims, can spin the outcome to suit their own needs. No such designation exists. Deniable ops are a common reoccurring concept in online conspiracy theories, often used to wave away questions about why supposedly explosive events are never reported on through media or addressed by world governments. It's also commonly claimed that deniable ops make ample use of private military contractors in order to further distance governments from political ramifications of their military actions. Conspiracy theories are no laughing matter. If you're worried that someone you know might be indoctrinated or spreading misinformation themselves, you can report them to the state at our non-confidential portal. Great, amazing. Here. They must have all been in DO together before getting their records bleached. Then, as soon as they've outlived their usefulness... What, are you nuts? Everyone knows the first 6 HK got to were the 6 prototypes that came before him. Oh shit. Deep lore. Deep lore. That's, you know what, that's a good story. Someone get on that. Warm android so perfect, no one could tell the diff. A bullet to the heart's the only way you could kill those other over-engineered freaks. Everyone's got a goddamn opinion. I see. Stop seeing, start moving. These people are insane. Why don't you eat some more corn slop, asshole? You think you could be the cyberpunk without ever thinking for yourself? Be the cyberpunk. Okay, hold on. What the fuck is this? A mythologized countercultural icon, a way of being. Okay, with Johnny Silver. Hand. Originally a term coined in a short science fiction story, and later having grown into its own genre all of its own, cyberpunk, or cyberpunk, historically has referred to a counterculture centered around the themes of underdog resisting powerful corporate or government forces through digital guerrilla warfare. While the genre has persisted to modern times and evolved in numerous ways over the last 2 decades, it has taken on a new meaning as a kind of mythologized way of being for the adolescent or disaffected to aspire to. A code of conduct that emphasizes anti-authoritarianism, community organizing, corporate disengagement, and socio-economic consciousness. The so-called singular cyberpunk has become the 21st century man without a name, a wanderer with their own rule of law. Cultural critic Simon Asentica summarized the appeal as this: there's no such thing as a 21st century hero. Is it any wonder the most vulnerable among us turn to the past for guidance? Users also frequently searched for "Get ready with me, cyberpunk." The 99 Man explained, "Are co-ops illegal?" You just realised the highlight reflection on Sarah's hair is a barcode. Oh, this bit. Yeah, because they have to show them, right? All the androids have to have a barcode by law. Although I'm surprised. I got the feeling that like he's made the first ever like fully like conscious android. I feel like that's gonna be a reveal later on. So I would have thought maybe he didn't even put the thing on it and he tried to pretend to be a human, but whatever. You think it's a coincidence? Victim number 6 was working on a Harco crops? They're putting something in the food. These people, heartbreak. This is goddamn embarrassment. The hell am I paying taxes of the state if they can't shut this shit down? What about you, Adonai? What do you think about this heartbreak figure? They're just a murderer. Should be caught and sentenced like any other murderer. They must have some reason for doing such terrible things. Aren't you curious? Why? Are some reasons for committing murder better than others? They might have experienced trauma or abuse. They might have... Millions of people experience trauma and abuse every day. Millions. Morgan, they're probably some crazed, psycho, super hot, really attractive, like, good-looking genius, crazed killer, try to imagine. And yet there's only one heartbreak. I wonder if that's all lies, or she does internalize some of that. If she does think of herself as just as bad as any other murderer, or if she does secretly think that she has a justification for doing it better than other people. I guess we'll find out. So you think they were all just born that way? Lady Gaga style? That's my guess. That's unsatisfying. Sad. I don't see why it would be. Oh, interesting. Yeah, the dynamic here is really good. Yeah, you're right. Like, had she just been like, oh, I was just made this way, so I don't care that I kill people because I've like justified it to myself. Like, it's just like my genetics, my fucked up being is just like how I am. And now she's being like questioned. Sarah has a nice fur thingy. She really does. Silver Sister. You redeemed a game to put on the wheel. What would you like? Da, 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 da. Silver Sister. What we got here? Fran Bow. Oh, is this the one? I think I've heard of this one. I have heard of this before. Fran Bow. Sister. So I'm just typing on the Discord. The Wars Discord, which you should all join and engage with. For the wheel. For once, not FNV. That's how much... That does count for a lot. The fact that you redeem something which is not another Fallout New Vegas wheel segment does give it a lot of strength behind your vouching for it. What is Wars? See, this is where we need to hire someone to do the same song, like What is Jad's, but like our own cool version of it. If Heartbreak Killer was born like that, then they never had a chance to be anything else. If Heartbreak was born like that, then none of us normal people have to ever worry about turning out like them. That kind of predestination. It means they never have to take responsibility for what they are. Exactly. Oh, the state can make them take responsibility, still saying they have no responsibility themselves. And then if you work for the state, you can make it so you never take responsibility. As soon as they catch them, you make it sound so trivial. They're a very dangerous serial killer. Just a serial killer. Just. If HK shot someone every day, it would take them 1,132 years and about 11 months. In order to have killed 413,789 people. You did that in your head? I'm good at mental math. Liar. You've thought about this before. You counted the leap years. That's funny. What is the significance of that number? Deaths within 18 months of the Blakefort industrial disaster. Oh shit. Does she actually have a reason for doing the killings? We encountered an issue while processing your request. Congestion ahead. We're currently limiting traffic related to this particular search due to a large number of edits coming in from net addresses outside your country's borders. We're proud to fight alongside variable user country in combating disinformation by foreign actors like those in variable user adversary latest. That's a good joke. You can read more about how and why this collaboration works here. Tired of running into slowdowns? So are we, but maintaining a secure data border takes resources. A data border. Jesus. It's like the Chinese firewall, the Great Firewall of China. Contact your representative and explain why you think the national data security budget needs to be expanded using our easy write form here. The keychain physics are amazing. I like that I'm reading about this like really serious, like I assume chemical plant like death or nuclear power explosion that killed hundreds of thousands of people, while also being censored by like a dystopian corporation from being able to even learn the truth. And then there's this fucking Emma here, like, blah, blah, blah. It's really fun. I do like how, I like the in-law, what's the term for things that are in the game? Like, people always talk about with music, but I think you can use it in other things. But the way they've made the definitions, or like the glossary, diegetic. Yeah, it's like the glossary is diegetic, right? It's like normally this would be outside the game. It would give you terms and stuff that you wouldn't be familiar with, but they've actually made it part of the game, which gives it a lot more immersivity. That's a word. But it also means they can do fun things like by having like things being congestion blocked or news articles that are compromised by big business. It means they can hint at stuff without giving you actually information that like you would logically expect to see. So like they can make this Blakefort disaster seem really important and special, and instead of being like, well, why didn't she just look up on her phone what the fuck it is? That makes a whole lot more sense. It's like, no, she can't, or you can't, because they're literally limiting your ability to even know what it is. So it's fun they can tease you with stuff like that without breaking the immersion. Limbus coded. I was going to say it's very House of Leaves, because one of my favorite things in House of Leaves is that the book, it's a book about a book, and in the book, this gets very confusing, but in the book you're reading, there is a book which is like well known. So a lot of university, like what do you call them, like literature professors and stuff, have written like theses and like think pieces on this book and stuff like that. So they can be like, he'd be like, oh, in reference to this thing, and it'd be like a footnote that then is like, oh, this professor blah blah blah, when they read this book, was pointing out themes X and Y. And it's really clever, because I think it's a really clever way to bring more hidden themes directly to the front that the audience can engage with without taking you out of the scene. So it's like, you can be like, oh, you know what, I never thought about that. I never thought about how, like, you know, the metaphors for like labyrinth, and like how labyrinths, like in you know, literature, they stand for X and Y, and a labyrinth can also be talking about like a person's personal journey and escaping and isolation, also a quest, blah 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 blah, and like themes that you might not initially think of unless you thought about the story for a long time. He can bring them out and make you engage with them without being like, hey, you're reading my book, have you ever thought about this? Which obviously sounds really awkward. It's like in Umineko, there's a point where one of the characters is like, people reading this mystery book would think this, but they're stupid. They should think this, this, and this. And you're like, okay, you didn't have to fucking punch me over the face, you know, slap me in the face with what you think people should be thinking when they read this. Whereas in House of Leaves, it's a lot more subtle about it, which is something I really respect about the book. Anyway, all that to say, I like how they've done the glossary. I like things being in universe. Times that number by 2 for the injuries. Tack on another 183% for the birth defects. Jesus, 183%, so more than double. 413,000 dead, and there wasn't anything evil about it. Just human error, some shoddy welding, and time. So you think that Heartbreak is nothing by comparison? Smile. Perhaps that is the problem then. If they're nothing, if they represent nothing, then they can stand for whatever the crowd wants them to. Please make way. Officials are coming through. Please disperse. Keep walking, pigs. Fascists! Noble owns the cops. Only the cops ain't building their factories. Very funny. Why are we... Sorry, I gave her the robot voice. Fuck, is Rhea a robot? Very funny. Why are we tolerating this shit? You want me to wade into the crowd with a nightstick? Prove them wrong? You know what I mean. We're the only people in the city trying to do some goddamn good, and they all just... That's just part of our job, detective. No offense, ma'am, but wearing a police badge earns you little more hate than... They give prosecutors badges? I have an ID for the parking garage. Does that count? No badge? Oh, that's the best thing about being a prosecutor in Japan. You need to read House of Leaves. You own a Polish copy. You wonder if the translation is good? Is the original translation in English? Oh, sorry, is it written originally in English? I think it might not be... I don't know if English is the first original language of House of Leaves, so... The translations might be better than a book that is always in English and then it's got translated into other copies. I don't know why in my brain that would make the translations better, but it does. I don't know why. Depends. You ever hesitate to wear it out in the open? This moral relativism. Oh my fucking god! This moral relativism of yours seems like a strange philosophy for someone in your profession, Adonai. Look at this. Hold on. We need to look at this more. First of all, we have the aura farming law detectives, law enforcement, and then we've got fucking Danganronpa level evil Morgan here, and poor innocent Sarah. Why is she so evil? The author of the House Leaves is American. Okay, fair enough. Breaking out the thesaurus on me. I'm only being realistic and humble. I'm just one woman, Sarah. Whatever I do, right or wrong, it's less than a % rounding error in the grand scheme of things. Interesting, Morgan, that when we were talking about the Heartbreak Killer, you then said whatever you do, right or wrong. Giving it away a little bit. Yeah, whatever I do, exactly. It's the evil anime face reveal, Morgan. It is. When they make your mouth part of your face like this, you know they're going full evil. Do you tell that to your clients? No. But they come to appreciate it when I win. I don't mean cops in particular. The same deal applies to anyone who works for the state. The terms are stark, but the ink dried a long time ago, and we all agreed to them. His dad was Polish-American. You should have figured from the surname. I won't lie. This is probably problematic for me, but I did see the last name, and I was like, that does sound very Polish. So I was like, maybe the book was originally written in Polish, and then translated to English. Yeah, you're right. I need to change Morgan's voice to sexy evil Morgan when she's gone to evil mode. I don't recall voting for it. I didn't vote for him. Don't blame me. I voted for Konos. Well, not voting is how these things come to pass, so... We traded freedom for safety, individual rights for collective power. The state won, the citizens lost. The least we can do is take their criticisms head on. Look, I don't have a problem with the responsibilities of authority. Only with authority being challenged. But they treat us like we're the bad guys. Us, the cops. Who ever heard of cops being the bad guys? Well, sometimes we are. Sometimes the law is wrong. So if any given individual is too small to ever affect change, so if the public's going to hate us no matter what we do, and if corporations and governments will trample over people the same regardless of their character, and we can't even be sure what we're doing is the right thing, what do you do, Adonai? What the hell do we do? I think it's pretty simple. It's not as complicated as you think. In times like these, in a world like this, the only logical way to live is, the only moral way to act is, do whatever it takes to win. Ooh, ooh, cinema. Cinema. Oh. I love, look, Morgan is obviously always pretty evil. She's a bad bitch. I do love how Emma sometimes goes from being like cute and cuddly to like serious queen shit. I'm insignificant in the grand scheme of things. I can do my worst and no one will notice. If power is inherently evil, holding back won't save your soul. Just fight with both barrels, and trust the opposition to do the same. Winner takes all. Ooh. Damn. Hype moments and aura. What in the Team Rocket? They would make a great Team Rocket. It's true. Alright, that's the perfect time to take a quick break. I'm back in 5-10 minutes. I'm bursting for a pee. I will see you then. Bye-bye. All right, we're back. We're back. I think it's been about 5 minutes, right? How long did you give on this timer, Haydena, for the coin flip? Hmm. 10 minutes. Okay, it's about halfway through, so that makes sense. This isn't really on. Hey, Walls, this isn't really on topic, but while catching up on the old VODs, I was wondering, did you watch the anime Odd Taxi, since it's also about a walrus getting involved in the mystery? I have not seen it, but I know there is a walrus taxi driver, and I've only heard good things about it. People tell me it's really good, so I really should watch it. I didn't realize there's a mystery involved. I kind of thought it was more of like a slice of life kind of deal. But yeah, I really should watch it, honestly. I've only heard good things. You watched one episode and fell off. Damn, that's that's brutal. That's damning. But I gotta watch fucking. I gotta watch The Boys. I haven't watched that. I need to watch Peacemaker season 2. I gotta watch this fucking Pluribus show everyone's talking about. There's probably like 3 other animes I need to watch as well. Actually, Weeby, while you're here, while we're coming out of the break, have you been playing the new Limbus Canto? How have you been feeling about it? There really is too much media. That's the problem. There legitimately is too much stuff. You quite like Kanto, but 9, but your oomps don't. So the thing is, yeah, like, my concern is, I like where it's going, I like the setup, but I am concerned, unless part 3 is like 3 times as long as 1 and 2, like, I don't know if they can pay off all the setup they put together. You know what I mean? Like, I would be really excited if we were at part 3 of 7. I'd be like, oh shit, like, you know, they sacrificed way too much previous season for this to be mid. I didn't even mind. Honestly, I thought it should have been longer. Yeah, I think they should have spent more time with it. They should have released it like in March, but I just feel like it's gone by so fast. I don't know if they can finish everything in time, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they land it well. I think it'll be really good, but I don't know. I'm not feeling as hyped as I was, but then I feel like I always get hyped in the last week anyway. The first couple of weeks aren't as hype. If they pull it off, you'll never doubt again. KGH, my goat. Except for when he's endorsing or like looking over workplace violations of employee rights. Apart from that. Alright, Gatesfield Memorial Hospital. Let's get back into it. Oh, thank you. You're a lifesaver. And the next time that Bridezilla texts you, just turn your phone off. Chatty guy. Must have been due to go on break. When he tried to fail to find the witness's medical record, his datapad had the name blacked out. But I did see that they have Caduceus. Is there a way to say this? Cadicus Executive 3. More expensive than David's. Which means they most likely... How did you do that? You need to hold the button to get the doors to close faster. Mashing them does nothing. That is not what I meant. Caduceus. Gotcha. Is it named after something? Is it like a Greek god of fucking medicine or something? Caduceus. There were many others who arrived before us. How did you get down here so quickly? Well, I didn't do anything. It's the nurse who escorted us. Yes, but you managed to get a stranger like him to help you with so few words, so little information. I don't think you even gave him your name. Haven't you heard of the golden rule? Why, it's not gay if it's in a 3-way? Of course I have. Treat others how you'd want to be treated. Wrong. Treat others how they would want to be treated. He wanted someone he could vent to. He wanted someone to pay attention to him. And he wanted to feel appreciated. Which meant he'd be eager to help, given the chance. Even just reading someone's mood is quite difficult. How can you know how another person wants to be treated? There are no mind readers. No one can ever know anything about what anyone's thinking. Maybe not even themselves. Damn. Hashtag deep. Doesn't matter if they're your parent, your twin, your lover. It'll always be a gamble. You know, the Japanese say that each man wears 3 masks. That is not a very comforting sentiment. Well, I think it's fun. Only because you're good at it. How did you get good at it? Same as anything. Observation and practice. You must have been observing and practicing for a very long time then. So, we proceed down the hall, bear left, where? Look for the 4th door. I'm going to open the one that says morgue on it. Oh, hello. Who is this? And why are you wearing one of those transparent ponchos they give you at a theme park? Hold on. That's oomph. It really is oomph. I love the... What is this she's wearing on her hand? Why has she got like a claw? And she's got like a centipede tattoo all around her body. That's pretty cool. Every cyberpunk setting needs the super colourful hair, like tattooed hacker, high-tech person. Oh, hey! Come on in. Don't stand out in the... Oh, cold wouldn't be accurate. Sorry about the chill in here, but I run a little hot. And you can see my roommates never complain. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Yeah, Emma, can you fucking calm down? March 3rd, height 173, weight NA, blood type 0 minus, 0 negative, sorry. Medical examiner, likes accessories, reality TV. Oh my god, just fucking loves Survivor and Traitors, Celebrity Traitors and Love Island. Palm reading. Oh, she's more like, she's less like What's-Her-Face from Cyberpunk and more like What's-Her-Face from Cyberpunk. You know what I'm saying? Does anyone know what I mean when I say that? She's less like the hacker woman from Cyberpunk, and she's more like our guy's boyfriend, our friend's boyfriend, the girlfriend. Sorry. What's his face? The Mexican guy. She's the NCIS girl. I don't know what that means. The tarot lady. Yeah. Like with the hair. Survivor rocks. Keep that show out your mouth. Look. I have a lot of friends who like Survivor. I'm sure it's... Actually, no, I don't. I have a lot of friends who like Traitors. Survivor... I mean, people seem to enjoy it, so... Survivor always makes you think of that one reality show, which is like, when they made loads of Survivor knockoffs, and they had one show where they had to keep everyone on an island for like 6 months, away from civilization, but they didn't tell them until the show was over that they cancelled it. Or something like that. Like, they literally stayed... Like, by the time they decided to cancel, they were already like 2/3 of the way through the show. So they did like 6 months and came back, and the producers were like, "Yeah, we just cancelled the show. Sorry, Lamau." And you're like, "What?" It's fucked up. Anyway, likes accessories, reality TV, and palm reading. Dislikes social media, dress codes, and ebooks. What's wrong with ebooks? Loves to make new playlists. Couldn't be me. All my songs are in one giant playlist that I just add to. And then I skip 90% of the songs on it because I'm not in the mood to listen to them. Hates to throw out old clothes. Most proud of my weekly meal prep. Honestly, huge. I do not have... I try and do a weekly meal prep, but I fail about 2/3 of the time. That's discipline right there. Do I know about the one reality TV show where they just tortured people and the big reward was like 10k? I don't know that. I remember there was Fear Factor, right? And the reward for that wasn't that big, was it? Solitary. Oh my god. The thing that makes me laugh as well is, in the UK, we have a lot of game shows. But I don't know if it's because America's much bigger or like the way it works, but the game shows you're always playing for so much less money, it's funny. Like, you know, you watch an American TV show, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? $1 million. Deal or No Deal. you could theoretically win $1 million. You know, all these other ones, $100,000, free vacation, blah 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 blah. And the biggest quiz show in the UK for quite a while was called Pointless. It was like reverse Family Fortunes, where you had to guess the lowest chosen answer for a question. Quite a hard show, and the final, to win the prize, not only did you have all that, to win the actual prize, you had to get a 0-point answer on the final question. They would ask you a question like, fucking, I don't know, Bowie albums, or that's probably too like elements in the periodic table that have an X in them. It'd be something like that. And you have to guess one that no one else guessed. And if you guessed it, you would win the prize money. Right? So you have to win the competition, then guess a question which 100 other people didn't get the right answer to, if you can even think of it in the first place. And then if you won like $5,000. And it was crazy. I was like, $5,000? Motherfucker, you just guessed the right box. You can get $750,000 over on Deal or No Deal. And they're giving you $5,000? If you lost the minigame, you had to sleep with the lights on and constantly woken up. I believe Cinema died in 2010. No, Cinema died when they stopped showing MILF Manor. As we all know, the greatest reality TV show of all time. The one where they get like late 30, early 40 women who will want to sleep with hot young dudes into a house with a lot of hot young dudes for an extended period of time. But the twist is, every hot dude is one of the sons of one of the other women in there. And so it's like the most insane thing of all time. Like, that's when you knew capitalism had killed culture. But it's so absurd, it's just so funny to me. Like, who made that? Like, you know, when they were in the boardroom, they were like, we fucking cooked. We've cooked here. Have I ever heard of the Japanese reality show where they locked a guy in a room where all he had was entering and winning sweepstakes until he won X money in prizes? His grand prize was a trip to Korea where he had to win his way back to Japan. Incredibly fucked up. He slowly went insane and he was a huge hit at the time. That is so fucking funny. That is such a... I would watch that. I would watch a show where they dump you in a room until you win sweepstakes. But the grand prize of going to Japan, Korea, and then you have to win your way back to your home country is so funny. I would 100% watch that. That guy stars in 428 Shibuya Scramble. It was basically the first live stream ever and mostly unconsensual. Oh my god, that's fucking crazy. That's so fucked up. Dr. Sato, just the lady I wanted to see. Though I didn't expect I'd get to. The fact they've assigned some medical examiner and not some ad or junior means... Oh, you can just call me Yumi. And you're... Morgan. I represent the deceased. I think... It was way more fucked up. Dude was naked and starving with no outside contact. Okay, that sounds very fucked up. That sounds way too much. He was dubbed Eggplant because that's what they used to censor him, because he was naked. Why would they make him naked? That's so crazy. Oh, fuck me. That's crazy. Like, the only game shows I really know from Japan are, like, the ones everyone knows. Like, the one about the room they're locked in where one thing is made of chocolate and they have to work out what it is. He had to get the clothes from sweepstakes. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. I wasn't even listening. Sorry. I should have guessed that from the concept of the show. Oh, fuck. But it does conceptually sound so funny. Like, having to win your right sock. But I imagine it was actually fucked up in real life. The deceased? Oh, the deceased! Asher D. Wait, really? That's, weird. I thought this time slot was scheduled for a group of noble PR people who... I know. Weird, right? Well, what the hell do I know? I was getting tired of hosting Megs anyway. I gotta finish typing up this report before we talk shop. But in the meantime, feel free to make yourself at home. After 428, he climbed Everest and now does like self-help tasks or something. What a wild life. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's such a crazy life. He fucking goes on a quiz show where he has to sweepstake win everything, including his own clothes. He then acts for a video-based visual novel. Then he climbs Everest, and then he does like self-help talks. What a life! What a life people lead. What's this? The hospital's getting renamed? No, guess it's some other hospital that got snapped up. Hospital renamed to thank Ikaria family. Ikaria family. In a ribbon-cutting ceremony held uptown today, Plotter Memorial Hospital was formally renamed the Northeastern Ikaria Medical Complex in recognition of the family's incredibly generous donations over the last several years. It is the latest in a string of philanthropic efforts by the family to result in a name change after they paid for the renovations to the orchestra hall and the retrofitting of what used to be known as the Scout Arena. Oh, okay, no, these are for these name changes. I thought they were like, yeah, we renamed the hospital because they renovated the orchestra hall. I was like, why the fuck does a hospital have an orchestra hall? Anyway, but it wasn't so long ago that the Ikaria were better known for drawing blood rather than donating it. Back before the 50s, they had a fearsome reputation for cutthroat business practices that had their businesses' rivals going so far as to accuse them of involvement with organised crime. After the founding of the Renegan Medical over 25 years ago, and its subsequent sale, the Ikaria have moved out of the business world and into the upper echelons of society that are sometimes mockingly referred to as the neobility. Nice. A generation of newly minted aristocrats born from the unique and chaotic economics of the mid-21st century and the Red Decade. When asked her opinion on those who would label her family House Ikaria at the hospital's renaming ceremony, Renegan board member Mireille Ikaria had this to say: "In this country, anyone can make a name for themselves, so long as they're willing to put in the work. No one wants to work anymore. Mock new money all you want, but the truth is that success is all about reinventing yourself, and the only ones uncomfortable with that are... We're working hard to print out the rest of your article, character by character. It's tough work, but we'll be able to go at it a lot faster if you leave a tip. Want to drop your payment info in the jar?" Last point, when he was finally freed from the show, they put him back in the room in Japan and let all the walls down to reveal he was in a live studio audience, and that was the first time he saw other people in like 18 months. That's fucking crazy. Don't they have laws against that kind of stuff? The Ikaria. Guess they weren't always in the same line of work. Now they're plastering their name wherever to get themselves a new image. All the neobility are eager to prop up their image wherever they can. Now they do, not back then. But that must go double for the Ikarias. Assuming the truth about their criminal past is anywhere close to the rumours. That's a lot of screens. That's got to be diminishing returns on productivity. Why do you have so many monitors, ma'am? You can't just ask someone that. Good question. Every quarter when they do inventory and budgeting, they ask me if I need anything, and I never do, so I submit a blank form. But I guess a while back there was a +1 in a spreadsheet somewhere, and no one's ever corrected it, and so... boom. I get 4 new monitors every year. Do you run out of things to use them for? Sometimes, but this year, I started running 2 dramas at once when I'm doing road work, which helps. Watching 2 television shows at the same time helps you do road work? Helps me use up the screens. I see. What the fuck is this? Oh, this, okay. Are these all dead bodies? One would hope so. I only meant that I am surprised to see them stored here. What, in the morgue? It suggests a backlog, which suggests a higher murder rate than the public data would lead one to expect. Do you only examine bodies for the police, Doctor? Oh, I wish. Now, most of my job involves confirming CODs on natural deaths for insurance adjustments. Insurers want to blame the MOD for the mods for failing. Mod makers want to blame the SIS for not exercising enough. Family says the company insurance plan would pay for mods, but not a gym membership. Yeah, that whole wall over there, suspected affected liver mods, suspected leaking internal biobatteries, suspected CCIC. Climate change-induced complications. You can prove that climate change contributed to an otherwise natural death? Very, very rarely. If it can be proved, what does that mean for the family of the deceased? plus or minus 14% in the life insurance payout. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with this woman's accent, by the way. I was kind of doing a bit of a Valley Girl kind of thing, but I feel like it's not landing. I don't know if I'm I can keep it up properly. Bro was on his wiki. He's saying he was supporting the COVID lockdown, citing, "If I can be isolated, you can too." That is really funny. I mean, it's more what I do, and I don't dislike my job. It's just so much of what I do boils down to just telling a bunch of cheapskates how to split a dead man's bill. It's enough to make homicide feel like a breath of fresh air. She's finishing up over there. Or she's finishing up over there. Right, okay, so what's up? I'll give you a time, Dr. Sato. My first question would be, what was the cause of death? Oh, wow, hi there, cute android. I didn't even realise it was really cute. That skin that's remarkable. Even just looking close, you can tell they really are warm. Blushy crushy. Still, not quite human body temperature, but they've come a long way. The early gens always looked flushed, felt like they were always running a fever, and they ran like it too. Even 2 years ago, the average warm android only lasted... but the circumstances surrounding this particular case call for expediency. Right. So what can I tell you? Cause of death. Were you able to determine the cause of death? Well, cause of death, sure. We got that. Oh, fuck, I don't know what I am doing with this. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna give her a regular voice. We figured that much out at least. Why doesn't that sound particularly reassuring? Dr. Asher died of respiratory failure. Not enough oxygen in the blood, not enough blood going to the brain. Root cause being widespread depression of the central nervous system. What would the symptoms be? What would it have looked like? Lightheadedness followed by dizziness, then headaches, slurred speech, exhaustion, loss of consciousness, and finally respiratory arrest. Reports show that EMTs tried intubation and then resuscitation through electrical stimulation repeatedly. By the time he got to the emergency room, they were desperate enough to attempt direct artificial blood oxygenation, but it was too late. And you're certain of all this? Oh, well, most of it, sweetie. Most of it? Yeah, it's turned into quite the puzzle, and I'm used to having more pieces to start with. I was surprised when a man as rich and famous as him didn't have any biomes, but his files show. What is a biomonitor? Okay, biomonitor. Biomonitor is a general use term for wearable technology or implanted mods that Emma, can you fucking calm down? That monitor or provide feedback on an individual's vital signs. Commonplace among the affluent, as an additional layer of security, biome use is relatively rare among the middle class. Some sociologists and consumer trend analysts points to anxieties about the climate, pollution, and the stresses of modern life as to why adoption of biomonitors has met resistance with medium-wage earners. If one's health is already assumed to be poor, constant knowledge of its status might be considered uncomfortable. Biomonitors are also frequently employed by incarceration, probation, and workplace health initiative programs. And then neobility, slang term for the nouveau riche, new money. Families that arose in the second half of the 21st century amid global economic turmoil. The name carries a negative connotation and is meant to criticize the way said families supposedly style themselves as nobility, or even as a second estate that administers global power alongside the first governments and third corporations. Users also frequently search for who are the nobility families, how to marry into wealth, define nouveau. Enough. He wasn't a viable candidate for modding. Yeah, that's right. Without that kind of first-hand tech, we don't have nearly as much data as we'd like. But he was extensively monitored from the moment the EMTs arrived. We're very certain about our conclusion. Did you find anything else unusual about his body in your examination? Cuts or bruises? No injection sites, nothing in the cavities. Nothing at all, huh? The police mentioned a tox screen. Yeah, that's the thing. They ran a tox screen when he first arrived. Typical diagnostic intake procedure. Based on the emergency call, they figured he must have overdosed on something, but the tox screen gave them nothing. Oh, tox screen, nothing. Alcohol was the only item positively identified at the time. After he died, we performed the broadest screening possible. Nothing. So were you forced to conclude this was a natural death? I didn't give up that easy. I took blood samples and compared their makeup with what was on record in his previous medical history, and I managed to isolate a single non-naturally occurring chemical compound that wasn't there before. What was it? Some exotic toxin from a different hemisphere? It was salt. I wish. I ran it through every available database we have access to, and even a few I only sort of have access to through some friends. Not only does it not match any known poison, it doesn't match the chemical makeup of any registered compound. So a designer drug, huh? That seems to be the best explanation. What the hell did you do, David? You said it didn't match any registered compound. What about compounds that aren't registered? She's thinking. She's got her thinking face on. Those friends of yours, private sector folks? Yeah, in pharmaceuticals. If one of them patented a new compound, a new drug, would keep its formula from going on the record. In the private sector, intellectual privacy is the norm, so you're expected to protect your research aggressively. Patent first, find a use later? Yeah, a patent would have to at least describe your compound in brief, but depending on what country you file in, I've heard it may be considered prudent to keep the actual chemical makeup off the record. Which is kind of funny, because that's like, these days, or like in our modern era, you have to define that stuff for the patent, I'm pretty sure. So it's funny you have patents that you don't even have to describe what they do. You can just file a patent for them. Smart. Using international IP law as your own personal minefield. I love every single image where it's her saying something smart and then Sarah being like, yes, indeed, indubitably, I agree. How so? Whenever you're ahead, patent as much as you can, as fast as you can, but bury the formulae, so no one knows where it's safe to walk. Anybody small and ambitious comes along, finds a new drug they're excited about, you flip up your card, let them know you came up with the idea years ago, and you're giving them death by 1,000 court dates if they so much as blink. Wouldn't work on anyone your size or bigger, they could punch back, but for the rest of the field? Wow, you corporate lawyers are scary. I'm not a corporate lawyer. So you came up with that strategy just now? So it's possible this poison is actually a known substance? Something the hospital could have easily identified? If it wasn't considered a trade secret. Yes, unfortunately that is a possibility. Still, just because a drug is new doesn't mean it's original. Does the effect that this compound had remind you of any other drug? Maybe one that's prescription only, or a controlled substance, one that you might know by another name but with a patented structure? Sorry, sweetheart, it's a general depressant. There are a lot of drugs that have that effect on the body, and they come in all shapes and sizes from all kinds of places. The effect was unremarkable. What about its strength? Do you estimate how much of this stuff he had in his body, all told? Not precisely, no, not without a detailed knowledge of his half-life, but I guess that it must have been, about 20 milligrams? Is 20 milligrams a lot? Not for medicine. So this wasn't just an overdose of something relatively harmless then. No, not if 20 mils enough to crash his entire nervous system. Thank you, Yumi. Of course, so... You ready to view the body? Oh. What the hell is tox screen? Send attending physicians back to med school. Send apologies to the attending physicians. These readings are a nightmare. We could skip it if you want. I know most people get squeamish around corpses. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem, Morgan. Morgue day. I wonder if those are the correct lines. Weird, Morgan doesn't have comments around corpses. I wonder why. Okay then, let's get started. Alright. Okay, you know what? I'm hoping Sato isn't a recurring character just so I don't have to actually make up a voice for her. Alright. So I'll just step out for a moment and give you some privacy. Yes, please. Thank you. I can't fucking do the Valley Girl voice. The last time we talked was on a Sunday. I like Sato, I just need a better voice for her. You were complaining, I remember that. It's the principle of the matter. Right. You had ordered this cheap piece of shit sculpture or something by mistake. It came damaged and you wanted to send it back for a refund. I gently reminded you with how your salary literally wasn't worth your time. And I kindly offered to throw it out for you, since you're having so much trouble letting go. You're only offering because you want to see how loud it sounds shattering at the bottom of my trash can. I denied it, even though you were right, and it was obvious. I should have let you have that one. I thought he would look different. Design that hot cannot be a one-off. I think you are correct. I think she is going to be a recurring character. But he looks exactly the same as I remember. His skin is pale, and he's very still. But his face is the same. His hair, his hands. You were expecting something more drastic? The last time I saw him, he was alive. He smiled, and he told me he would see me soon. Now he's dead. Something has gone. And I can't find the difference. I'm trying to look harder. But I think I might just not be capable of it. And I wonder why. Why I was created to not be capable. Could be an issue of skill. Skill issue, Lamau. Outface. Or maybe it's not something that can be seen, no matter how hard you look. But it's there, I guarantee it. I've seen the transition enough times to be sure that between life and death, the distinction has significance. To the dead, at the very least. You're going to smoke? Here? Now? I'm pretty sure that's illegal. In a hospital? Without love, it cannot be seen. Without love, it cannot have skill. I don't hate Sato. I just haven't got a voice for her. And also, she does wear a trash bag instead of a lab coat for no reason. That cannot be... It doesn't look good, and it cannot be useful. The fucking completely transparent sweater, or whatever the hell it is she wears, but doesn't actually wear. I'll pay the fine. That's not the issue. Were you expecting me to fall to pieces? Real boys grieve in all kinds of ways, Pinocchio, Liza P reference. And some don't grieve at all, it seems. Ooh, clap back. I'm a cold woman. Sorry to disappoint. The hell? Why the hell won't this thing light? Adonai. You have your cigarette backwards. Classic. That's a classic line. When they pretend not to care and it turns out they're trying to light it backwards. Cinema. Or they're reading the book upside down. Ellipses. How could I see her sick tats if she had a boring opaque lab coat? That is true. Alright, that's back into cold storage for him, so... Need anything else? Can you send me the chemical makeup of that compound you isolated? Sure, for what it's worth. Let me just... It's got carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen with hexagonal structures. Oh, so it's like 95% of all other organic compounds. Got you. It's organic. There's a number of metallic elements too. But if you have to speculate on its intended use based on what we know of its structure, well, it certainly acted like a depressant, binding to the receptor pathways and affecting the balance of the neurotransmitter reuptake. Depressants are pretty rare in the designer drug scene. True, people are always looking for a higher high or a crazier trip, but more powerful depressants will just make you fall asleep. No so much need to hit up the grey market for that kind of experience. No, there's not. I see. Thanks again. You've been extremely helpful during a very difficult time. Also, why does she have a metal claw hand? For, like, cutting open bodies? What? She, like, is it a scalpel? What? Come on. Hey, anything you need, give me a ring. She works for the head. Oh, shit. We're fucked here. Someone get Roland on the phone. That's very generous. Rockford's orders already got me on call, so I'm already getting overtime for the whole weekend. Glad to hear it. Goodbye, Yumi. And goodbye to you, Greenie. My name is Sarah. Nice to meet you, Sarah. Up on ramps, down up on ramps, and down off ramps, above skywalks and under tram lines. The buildings get progressively more polished as we head to the most economically developed part of the city. Corporate territory, national headquarters for the likes of Howe Industries, Lockquin, Tethers, Neath, each of them sheltering their own micro-city of employee accommodations beneath their skyscraper shadows. Whalefall. The entirety of the ocean floor coming together to feast and grow and live. Live with the fetid, rotting fat of the leviathans that swallowed generations of people by the mouthful. Weight is commonly listed. My weight is... Do I really have to disclose that? Noble lays claim to one of the largest shadows in the city. Towering nerve centre for the whole nation's android industry. It's meant to be intimidating, I'm sure. But today I'm glad that Noble keeps such a sizable physical presence here. I need answers about David and his work on Sarah. Oomph is 300 kilograms, and that's nothing to be ashamed of if you're an android. Answers I'll never get browsing the company's website or speaking to a representative. Synopsis, relationships. There are typically trivia sections as well. Should I start there? Noble will have their guard up, of course, but even that will tell me something. Where they let me walk, who they let me talk to. History. Their efforts at performative transparency and clumsy obfuscation will... How did you know my father? What? I'm sorry, did I interrupt your brooding? Oh, she's pissed. No. What did you ask? My father. I knew you were his friend. But what was your relationship like? Can't you just scroll through our socials? See when I tagged him in my Instagram messages? Father avoided social media. And your online presence is not significant. Damn. She really said, you have no followers. Pull her out. Yeah, you're saying I don't have enough followers? Essentially. We went to the same college. You studied programming? No, I studied all kinds of things as an undergrad, but not technology. Is that a good way to prepare for law school? Why is she doing the, I have to give it to them, fucking hand sign? I wasn't preparing for law school. Or anything else, really. David, though, he had talent and he knew he wanted to do something with it. He studied programming, robotics, discrete maths, cybernetics. Oh, you can't see behind me? Fuck. Right, hold on. There you go. Fuck discrete maths. That's a mood. Okay, hold on. We're back. Business ethics. I was the second best student in the class, and he was the first? He was the one who asked the most questions. Not sure about his actual ranking. He found the course challenging, and I clearly didn't, despite being younger. Guess he felt burned. He came up to me after class to argue, and sometimes to ask for help. Father always talked about socialising like it was a chore. It was very kind of you to give him a chance. What, like I was some kind of social butterfly? The belle of the ball? You weren't? One Sunday night, he knocked on my door, all panicked, saying he was in a bad shape for this tech course. There was a midterm or something the next day. I couldn't make heads or tail of the material, but I did my best to at least quiz him. He wasn't satisfied, though. Wanted to cram the rest of the night. Father had to cram for a undergraduate midterm? Did I say something scandalous? He's been called the founder of modern programming. Yeah, well, even founder types can have poor management when they're 21. Poor time management when they're 21. Real. He was already fried by that point. Wasn't hard to tell what he was really asking for. So I went and stole a study aid for him. You stole a controlled substance just to help him with studying? No, that would be insane. Ow. No, I just pocketed some breath mints from the common room. Told him to pinch his nose and swallow fast because the taste is so strong. You gave him a placebo. Get fucking owned. Pranked. He already knew the content as good as he ever would. What he needed to do was sleep. That is the fucking most real thing I've ever heard. Like, if it's the night before, if it's like 3 a.m. before the exam, just go to bed. Just go to whatever benefit you think you'd get from cramming, you're going to fucking lose to sleeping. Like, sleeping is so much more useful. But also on the flip side, the most important thing when studying for exams is to sleep well the 3 days before the exam. Because if you have been sleeping really well, quite consistently, if you miss one night of sleep because you're like really nervous, you get like 3 hours sleep or something, you can actually tank it pretty well. It's not too bad. Now, obviously, you should also sleep because it's going to help you. But if you're like the kind of person who gets so nervous about an exam, you literally have like shit sleep the night before an exam, always, just make sure you're consistently getting 8 hours of sleep the few days beforehand. And then you can basically tank it. 3 a.m. before exams is the best for studying, especially when the exams are 8 in the morning. No. Bad, Silver Sister. Bad. Now they get nervous 2 nights before the exam. Well, now you then sleep well 2 nights before that. And then 2 nights before that, and before that, and before that. Eventually it pays off. He could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from my daring heist. It didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes just until it kicked in. And the test? B+, I think. I'm surprised Father stayed close with you after that. You stole and lied to him. I stole and lied for him. And David understood that. He was good at understanding things without me having to spell them out. But I guess that's not the kind of thing that gets passed down through programming. You get nervous when you have to wake up early. That's why you sleep well the nights beforehand, and then you don't worry about the fact that you only get like 4 hours sleep on the night. So you're like, when you're there in bed being like, fuck, I'm not getting sleep, you just go, don't worry. I slept well beforehand. I can tank it. Also, lying in bed with your eyes closed technically still gives you some benefit. So you're not wasting your time if you can't sleep. You're still kind of like, you're not really sleeping, but it's better than nothing. So you're at least being a tiny bit still productive, even if it's not as productive as you want to be. You just stop looking at how many hours you had left to sleep for better mental. I mean, that's the way, right? That is definitely the way as well. Best time for exam studying is during the exam. You know what? That's real shit. That's real shit. I'm on the grind set. I'm studying during the exam. That's how hard I'm on the grind set. Anyway, we kept in touch after that. First year of grad school, he published his paper, The Turing Solution, a framework for programming adaptive linguistic heuristics. One of his advisors came up with that title. David thought it was way too cocky, but it still hasn't failed any known Turing test in the years since. Proud. This is my second favourite Sarah emote face. Don't act like you're the one who deserves credit for it. He called me one weekend asking for advice on how to handle all the attention. Job offers, interviews, apprenticeships, invitations to immigrate. Damn. It's alright for some, huh? Bro's getting handed interviews. What did you tell him? I don't remember telling him anything, actually. A lot of our conversations went like that. He would talk to me about whatever personal or professional problem was stuck in his head that day, and I would nod while he wore himself out. At the end of the conversation, he'd thank me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice. He took Noble's offer and they took over his education, paid him to work on his masters during the day and attend corporate training at night. And whatever else Noble may be, they were smart enough to start listening to him early. You are referring to his one-point doctrine. Quality over quantity. Simple and elegant, just like his code. Wink. This is my third favourite emote face. Simple and elegant, but an anathema to global corporations with supply chains designed for maximum capacity and just-in-time manufacturing. But obviously they got over their distaste fast enough. In the space of a few years, Noble's gone from making manual labour ads for meager profit to being the world leader in intelligence as a service. Even as he was making money hand over fist, he still liked to keep in contact with a nobody like me. I moved to the city for my apprenticeship. He helped me put a down payment on my apartment. Then he made up to excuses why he couldn't help me move boxes. That's funny. So is that enough detail? Sorry, is that enough detail for you? Thoroughly convinced that he and I were, in fact, friends? I am. But, Adonai, that favour you owe him, what was it for? That's private. Understand? I have zero interest in talking about it with you. Sweat drop. Say you understand. I understand, Adonai. We will be arriving shortly. Shall I send word ahead? Just tell him that David's lawyer is here. 2:49 p.m. Noble Electronics, Northeastern HQ. To sleep well, you need 12 hours and someone to bonk you with a pan before 3 a.m. so you actually go to sleep. I don't think... Well, no. I think once or maybe twice in my life I've ever slept for 12 hours. And that's only after I've been awake for like 24 hours. I wonder what it'd be like if I could take like a sleeping aid and just went for sleep for 12 hours after just like a regular day of work. Like, would I awake like a superhuman, secretly catching up on like 100 hours of extra like sleep debt I never knew I had? We should learn from Morgan. She can fall asleep in any position. That is a hell of a ability to have. The funny thing is, I can fall asleep almost anywhere, but I cannot, and this is honestly a problem I have. I cannot fall asleep on an airplane. I don't know why. I can fall asleep in a car, on a train, in a bus, on a friend's sofa. I cannot fall asleep on an airplane, which sucks because that's the one place you want to fall asleep. Sister is a bad sleeper, you're a good sleeper. Life is simply unfair. That is a sleep diff. A sleep skill diff. Oh, look at this place. I've been here before. Oh, I like the camera slowly panning up. That's fun. I love also that all cyberpunk corporate headquarters in any universe or any like literature always look the same. Trees with holographic leaves. Big central structure, sculptures, neon lighting, and then like rising high towers. Sat right here in this lobby, waiting for David to come and treat me to lunch. At least I think it was this lobby. Could have been some other floor, could have been an entirely different building. All these corporate towers of Babel feel like interchangeable fractals to me, folding in on themselves in patterns of narcissistic paranoia. So monumental in the scale of their hubris, they needed to use non-Euclidean geometry when drawing up the blueprints. The greatest minds of each generation coming together, just to find the most expensive way to shove their heads up their asses. You are really good at sleeping sitting up when you work nights in the ambulance? Damn. That's hardcore. Sleeping sitting up. I don't think I could ever do that. Well, when you're sitting up, do you mean like slouched? Because I can sleep if I'm slouched against like a wall. But if it's just like... Because yeah, if I'm sitting in a car or a bus, I'm normally like, well... If it's in like a comfy chair, I can. I don't know, is something bothering you? Just doing the math on how long we'll be kept waiting here. Apparently, someone will be here shortly. So maybe if I pass the time by glaring around the place, it'll improve my mood. To think this is only one room. This complex is so massive that it doesn't even feel man-made. It's like it was carved out of the rock by waves. Like it's always been here. That's the con. If this place was actually natural, there'd be birds everywhere. I hadn't considered that. Why aren't there birds in here? Like sitting up with your head back a bit? That sounds rough. I didn't realise you worked in an ambulance for a bit, hey Denna. That must be a interesting, if stressful job. Probably because of what they do to the ones that get in. I'm kidding. Though I don't have a better explanation. Let's look at the giant tower. They changed the logo again. 5 years of that, damn. Noble Electronics. How's it feel stepping in here? There's some kind of religious experience for you? It's just the corporation where my father worked. Careful now, or they'll burn you for heresy against the company. He said it again, the company, as if it's a proper noun. You're mimicking the employees, aren't you? So it can't obey simple orders, but it can pick up on that? Is it just part of the corporate culture? Noble's one of the biggest corporations there is. One of the biggest there's ever been. We mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of anything that size, no matter where you live or how far off the grid you think you are. Never again! So imagine what it's like working for them. You live in company dorms, work in company quarters. Wherever you go, that logo is above your head. You eat, sleep and breathe on Noble's timetable at its discretion. When you spend your whole life inside it, Noble must feel big enough to be the only company there is. Let's watch. So much energy, so many people, all so intent. You kidding? It's Saturday, the place is half empty. But doesn't everyone work on Saturdays? All the parents do, so they don't need to find childcare on Sunday. Everyone else flips a coin, I guess. All these people for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week? What could they all possibly be doing? Making work for themselves? You can be very cynical, can't you? Jess's comment about never seeing much light ever in the Warrens being so much worse now. It is kind of crazy. I mean, oh, it's so funny as well. They've, where I work, they're building a new site next door to like build more laboratory space on. And they're also building a new gym, huge. They're also building accommodation over there, which they're going to do like a discounted rent for employees. So it's like, on one hand, I could live like right next to work, it'd be like a 5-minute walk in and get discounted rent. On the other hand, I will be living in the company house, buying from the company supermarket, working the company job, you know, fucking driving the company bus. Like, I don't know if I want to go that far, that deep into the fucking corporate hellhole. But on the other hand, the rent would be cheap. So, you know. Yeah, I'm terrible. But that guy over there's just been jiggling his cursor for the last 20 seconds. They're gonna start paying me in script? Yeah, honestly. Whoever comes to greet us better have a pulse and some goddamn authority. That's how nests were invented? Well, look. All I'm saying is, did you want to, by the end point of Limbus Company, do you want to be in a nest or do you not want to be in a nest? You want to be in the nest. I'm gonna start getting pre-scripts. I get those every day, mate. It's called emails. Unintelligible, unknowable, and you still have to follow them, even when they don't fucking make sense. That'll be fitting for Of the Devil. True. My mood's starting to sour, and if they just send me the first link in their infinite chain of corporate bureaucracy, I make them wish. Morgan? That's me. They give you +1 clash power upon attacking the target. I have not yet attacked anyone who sent me an email, but believe me, it's gotten close sometimes. Hey there. Android Manufacturing Quality Control, Eastern Division. Evan Dawes. Evan Dawes, he says, like an afterthought. What's a name compared to your place in the hierarchy? Okay, no, I gave this guy like a salesman voice, but he doesn't seem like that. He's more like soft-spoken. You seem familiar. Have you... I'm David's lawyer. Oh, then we must have... Apologies. Let me first say how sorry I am about his passing. You and everyone else at the company must be going through a lot right now. As if it's a proper noun. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. You're welcome. It's no big deal. Everyone's on the razor today, but what else is new? And compared to PR or legal right now, our workloads in QA are... never mind, how can I assist you? Shortly before his passing, Dr. Asher began the process of registering this android. Yes, that is correct. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish the job. Look at that. It's definitely custom. Gee, you think? Good thing I sought out an expert. Warm. It goes without saying. Reminds me of the A16 Premiere, if anything. The barcode is clearly printed, no visible defects. But you're right. It doesn't correspond to anything we've got on file. Hello, Dr. Walrus. These are your company-provided friends. This is your company-provided wife. By retirement, you're required to give us company children to fulfill your contracts. Look, in this day and age, people aren't finding love. People are becoming single more often, and the population of children is going down. Maybe a company-provided wife is a benefit. You know what I'm saying? Wow. They sent the right man for the job. Now we just need to find the right place. Not far, I hope. It's in the building. Thumbs up. In the building. That could mean anything from down the hall to half a day's hike. The protection line on B9 should have everything we need. You do manufacturing inside your corporate headquarters? B9's a fully functional production floor, but it was only built for demonstrative purposes. New clients make deals upstairs about how many and in what shape or size, and they come down to the basement to see how the sausage is made. They have enough money to build a fake factory just for guests. Smart! As long as you're only giving tours and not giving away company secrets. No need to worry about that. We take intellectual security very seriously around here. No kidding. There are 11 cameras on us at the moment, I can see. And who knows how many pairs of modern eyes are aimed our way. Clearly, nothing happens here without the almighty company knowing about it. So if they try and claim ignorance about anything, it's gonna piss me off. It's interesting, sometimes it's just a cut with the dialogue, and sometimes it's like a quote. Like it says like line, blah, 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 more like quoted thing. I wonder why it's different. Lead the way. (3:08 p.m. July 1st. Noble Electronic Northeast Headquarters. It's cool. It's cool, but like, why did they do two different types of cool? Is it just for variety, or is it because they represent different things? Ooh, this is fun. I like how they've represented this. It really is fully furnished down here. I don't want to take too much of your time, but it's pretty rare to get to see all this in person, you know? Would you mind terribly if I looked around for a moment? No problem. I got some freedom paperwork I need to handle anyway, so have at it. I better take full advantage. I need more than a cursory knowledge if I want to figure out where Sarah came from, and why David wanted me to take custody. I'm gonna look around. You stay put in the meantime. As an I wouldn't want to lose you among the rest of the merchandise. She didn't like that one. One for hype, one for aura. Watch. What's being built over there, or out there? Our top-of-the-line, brand-new bestsellers, the Animate 16 Warm. Looks kind of cold out there. We keep the factory floor refrigerated. Slows the organics' already tuned metabolic activity to a minimum. That explains why the room doesn't smell like rotting flesh. The flesh out there is only somewhat rotting. Slowly. I'm surprised to see metal. Oh, well, all the A16s have alloy endoskeletons. The organics are layered on later in the process. Sounds like what Sarah told me about herself. Maybe she really was the A16's prototype. but it's hard to imagine bridging the gap between her and all these scattered doll parts. I get that you can grow just about anything from lax Gemini, but how do you get the synthetic and the organic to work together? Yeah, that was our first concern when R&D began to work on the warm concept. Our 1.0s were real skin with synthetic muscle. It was a horror show. Metal pulling on skin was just... right. For 2.0, they worked backwards. Organic muscles, organic skin. But digital signals on organic hardware was a dead end. Didn't the muscles flex when you passed an electronic current through them? They'd flex and unflex, sure, but not nearly precise enough for facial animations or expressions. Looked like the puppets strung up on live wires. We used the test footage to haze interns, actually. Fucking got 'em. You must have figured something out. The A16s wouldn't look out of place on the runway. Thank you, we try. We ended up reaching out to mod companies. Well, we actually just bought half a dozen of them, but... right. They figured out how to get the human nervous systems moving mechanical limbs decades ago. So we just needed to get a mechanical nervous system to move living limbs. A very clumsy attempt to avoid using the word human. High-precision mods are slotted straight into the nervous system. They receive their input from neurotransmitters, not bioelectricity. Okay, so they are basically like a robot in a skin suit. All the impulses are electronic, and then the muscles and the skin are just there to move around. Okay. So you had to do the opposite? Exactly. We created a synthetic neurotransmitter that our androids could use to communicate with organic flesh. Where did that breakthrough come from? Dr. Asher? Partly. He led the team that built the motor neurons in this analogy. Literally motor neurons in this case. They carry commands from the central nervous OS to individual muscles across the chassis. But the synthetic analog serotonin, that was actually an old brainchild from the VP of Android Futures, Helen Young. Young? Hasn't David mentioned a Dr. Young before? Sounds impressive. She's one hell of a biochemist. Or she was, I guess. Not much time for individual lab work when you get to her kind of pay grade. So Young collaborated with David on technologies that enabled warm androids. As I thought. Whatever went into Sarah that makes that android so distinct. He couldn't have taken sole credit for it. Young. Did he partner with her on this? An inhaler left that on the desk. Probably half a dozen empty ones on the drawers. Doors? The inhalers, they're distributed by the company, correct? Oh yeah, HR handles it. They personalize your dosage and prescription, and update it based on performance and job fulfillment reviews. Other corporations do it the same way? Yeah, pretty much. Everyone's trying to keep pace with each other, so... can't have your employees even focus on the job. Could cost you, who knows how much in lost efficiency. Sorry this is insensitive, but given what happened to David... are overdoses common in the company? Yeah. Yeah, he says. Overdoses, that is. Not hospitalizations. Or deaths. It's all pretty organized these days. These days? Man, back when I started in consulting, pretty much everyone had an embarrassing story from the first 2 years where they popped a few too many greens and missed the on-ramp. Popped greens? Yeah, it used to be pills. Green get you going, yellow to keep you there, swallow a red after brushing your teeth to get you in your bunk fast. But yeah, the inhalers are a huge improvement, like going from torches to the light bulb. They sync straight to your personal biomes and adjust dosage in real time. Overdoses are way down. That's great to hear. The trainees under me don't realize how good they got it. Kids probably won't even have to learn how to purge. Purge? We're playing fucking 40k? Verb to empty one's stomach. The act of emptying one's stomach contents by inducing vomit, triggering a gag reflex, or using laxatives to stimulate a bowel movement. That's called a tactical chunder. That's not called a purge, thank you. Well, what else we have? Poison question mark. Profiles, doors. August 1st, 189 centimeters, 78 kilograms. Occupations, chief supervisor, Android manufacturing quality control. Okay, so this guy's actually pretty high up. Likes hammocks, calligraphy, and pale ale. You son of a bitch. Dislikes first dates, okay? Conference calls, 5 o'clock shadow. Proud of his practiced handshake. Struggles with solving captures. Are you an android? Hair starting to grey. Damn. What is this? This seems to share some components with that coffin Sarah was napping in. If Doors does quality assurance, is it some kind of android calibration device? It's probably what he used to register Sarah. Looks a little... Is Sarah tall enough for it to recognize her? There's something out there that caught my eye when we came in. A very familiar shade of crimson. If I squint through the glass, out on the floor, there are temperature-controlled fluid tanks. Oh, this is where they make all the Danganronpa blood. Or Danganronpa 2x2. Okay. The glass and the plastic flows an eye-catching scarlet that transitions into... So you add the blood towards the end? Man, when does Danganronpa 2x2 come out? I'm looking forward to it. I don't know if I'm going to stream it or not. It depends. If Joe streams it on release, I'm not going to be able to stream it because I have to play it to get ahead of him. If he doesn't stream it on release and plays it like a month or so later, I might stream it. We'll see how the schedule looks. Because I'm definitely playing it. I'm for sure playing it, so... Gotta work out if it's on or off stream. You mean the Occident? Yeah, relatively late into the process. Something out of place? Androids have blood, even if it's not officially labelled as such, but it isn't red, it's pink. Sometimes milky, sometimes neon, occasionally garish, but pink. I didn't think the Occident would be red. Oh, right, sorry, I barely noticed it at this point. The colour's natural, comes from the biomanufacturing process, because we take real blood from citizens. Dum dum dum. Any 2x2 predictions? 2x2 prediction. Nagito, you will do something, and Nagito will be on your side. He's going to become a good... sorry. Spoilers for Danganronpa 2. If anyone here somehow still cares and hasn't played it. Nagito is going to be like a good guy. Or Trial 1 fails, or they kill Nagito in Trial 1. I don't think they will, though. I don't think they could... The fan feedback to them killing Nagito would be crazy. I think he's going to survive. I think they're going to somehow switch it round. More people survive. Different people die first, so they can carry on character arcs with other people. Hopefully fucking Chef What's-His-Face still dies, because everyone fucking hates that guy. But I think it's going to involve, yeah, Nagito changing his opinion. Somehow. That Chromafuge out there removes the byproducts, the waste, the excess pigment, changing from blood red to psychopop pink. Without the Chromafuge, our android's flesh would come out looking all the wrong colours. Chef Fuckboy ID can't live long, two trials at most. We can only hope. That may be true. It probably isn't, but it may be. But I have a simple explanation. Blood is primal. The sight of it carries weight. They change the colour of their product's blood, so when an android gets a bottle broken against its face, no one bats an eye. Working on this datapad. Some kind of write-up? On the subject of Sullivan's Peak, much of our world today, and it's in fact much of our world's economy, is heavily influenced by the Uncanny Valley, the thought experiment that provides a simple and easily applied explanation for the gaps we see in the otherwise wide spectrum of automated dependence that assist us in nearly every industry on the planet. There's a very simple primal truth to it. We like things that resemble the living, like cartoons and puppets and toys, and we like things that are damn near indistinguishable from the living. Like whatever name Noble's latest products are being sold under. But there are deep, deep trenches between the two ends, where products that are universally appalling to human sensibility. The Uncanny Valley will no doubt remain a useful tool for teaching, marketing, and design for generations to come, but already we are seeing ways in which it fails. It is becoming increasingly clear to us that the space between the nearly indistinguishable and truly indistinguishable is much wider than we ever suspected, and it may not be the only part of the map that we must fear. I propose we bridge those gaps in knowledge by looking to the speculative fiction of Robert J. Sullivan, who in his most well-known work, Equal Under One Sky, describes a concept which thereafter has been called Sullivan's Peak. Through the lens of his characters and their so very divided world, Sullivan demonstrates that the Uncanny Valley does, in fact, have its own peak on the other side, a point past which making an artificial existence any more human in its spatial features serves only to make the user experience more uncomfortable, more difficult, and more fraught with moral pitfalls. Once you reach Sullivan's Peak, travelling any further only has diminishing returns. The implications of this idea are far-reaching. We will soon reach a point at which the designers of ads can only make their creations less lifelike or less likable, a hard stopping point for technological progress. What then, we must ask? Oops, looks like you forgot to sign in this device. Drop your thumbprint below and we'll get you squared away so you can keep reading. So this is saying... So this is different to Uncanny Valley. So it's like, you have something which is doesn't look very much like human. Then you have something which looks kind of human, but not near enough. That's the regular Uncanny Valley. But then they're saying, after that point, you get the peak, which is where it looks very human, but not identical to humans, and that's the best place it can be. But then they're saying if you go even further, so it's like almost identical to a human, it's actually worse than being like a human. I don't really understand how this is different to the Uncanny Valley. Unless they're saying if an android looks perfectly like a human, that's actually more uncomfortable. So you can never truly get past the effect. Okay. Interesting. Surprised to find reading material like that around here. Were they passing around as a gag? Or are they actually afraid of Sullivan's Peak around here? Noble must be. I want to say wary of it, because it seemed like a pretty serious piece of work. If Peak does exist, they'll be coming up on it fast. Now that androids are warm. That is... You know what? I gotta take a screenshot of that. Just screenshot this screen with the first sentence. If Peak does exist, they'll be coming up on it fast. That is a perfect reaction for anything. That's like, damn. Fucking Canto 9's doing well. Then you reply with this. If Peak does exist, they'll be coming up on it fast. That's a banger response line there. Hold on, let me put that in. I'm putting that in the stream chat, so I have it on tap. Beautiful. Peak exists. Ooh. Do you know a fun fact about Jadseya? I spent 15 to 30 minutes looking through random Joe VODs to try and find the part where they do the ooh spell, like, reveal towards the end. I couldn't find it. I should have just looked up when it was on, like, a wiki, and then I could just probably, you know, narrowed it down then. I was like, where the fuck? What point? What episode does that happen? I'm like, I know it happens towards the end, but I couldn't work out where the hell it was. Anyway. Episode 4. You know what? That's why I couldn't find it. I was certain it must have been in the answers arc. But it's actually right at the end of questions. Interesting. Noble's entire product line, maybe their entire industry could go bottoms up. People start to think it's cruel. Okay, so that's what they're saying. If it gets more realistic, it's so realistic, people start to identify them as humans, so then it's seen as being cruel or inhumane because they're so human-like. Okay. If so is any indication of where their androids are all headed, I could see some people getting uncomfortable. Sullivan's Peak. What other evidence we have? Chromifuge. Why is this in evidence? Was there any blood at the scene? I don't think so, right? Okay. Feels like I've seen this before. That's right, there was one in David's lab. Oh, you're the giant 3D printer. What? That's the nanograde elementary manufacturer. Nanofacturer for short. Real high quality piece of machinery. each of them built in-house by Randock Mechanics. But what does it do? Nano-level flash fab. Flash fabrication, a method of manufacturing artificial microscopic compounds that utilizes parallel nesting to assemble billions of simple structures in minutes or even seconds. Nanomachines have been around for the better part of a century, but the time and resources required for their construction through traditional means was, historically, prohibitively expensive, limiting exploration of investment in nanotech. In the years since flash fabrication's introduction, use of and demand for nanomachines has exploded, and scientists, doctors, and product designers have found brand new niches for them across every industry. Concerns about the ecological impact of this surge in nanomachine construction has been raised, though the official stance of the Nanolife Industrial Lobbying Group has remained unwavering. Nothing that small can possibly leave that big of an ecological footprint. Nothing that small can possibly leave that big of an ecological footprint. Insane thing to say. Insane thing to say. It's so small. How could it possibly leave a footprint? You ever hear of forever chemicals? You love that politics has not progressed in 60 years? That's fucking true. Basically, a 3D printer for nanomachines. You build nanomachines in your factories for use in your androids? The raw materials are cheap, literally elementary, so no sense in getting them shipped in. It's mostly the medical modules that make use of them. Inject a couple of thousand nanites into the patient's bloodstream, run a diagnostic, and provide a solution. 3D printer for nanomachines? So what kind of ink does it use? Silicon, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, building blocks. They feed it into the nanoprinter and it assembles the machine particle by particle. Like ribosome building structurally complex proteins out of chemically simple amino acids. If microplastics are so bad, then why can't I see them? That's so fucking true. Must be time consuming. You would think, but Randock cracked the code on parallel microfacturing. The inside's crystalline, sprawling like an ant's nest. Raw materials enter at one end, one of the thousands of different entry points, combining and recombining at intersections. The finished product ends up at the center and drips out in liquid solution. Distilled nectar, swimming with millions of nanites in just 2 minutes. Nectar? It's sticky? It can be, depending on the desired output, but the door vacuum seals while it's cooking, so don't worry. It's completely spill-proof. Ding! What a relief. What a relief. This guy's got, robotic hands, right? Like, these are clearly completely robotic hands. Yeah, okay. Not exactly a box of paper clips David could just have brought home for the office one day. He also bought his own for some reason. Manufacturer. Warm androids, yes. Okay. Hold on. You're gonna get the ad handled? Thanks for humouring me. Can you have it step into the scanner? As he says. Understood. Oh my god, she's turned into a hologram. Right then, what are we looking at here? Whoa. There's a lot to unpack here. I like how her eyes glow with the thing like a sinking machine. That's fun. We theorised it may have been Asher's pincushion. A pincushion, huh? That would explain... She doesn't like being called a pincushion. She's fucking pissed. That would explain some of what I'm reading here. What language is that on the screen? Tess. You know, Tesseract? Tesseract? All noble products and, well, pretty much all products period are programmed in Tess. Tesseract 4.6, better known as Tess, is the latest version of the Tesseract programming language built on top of the Tenant system and utilized in industries around the globe to code the software that allows androids, robots, holograms, and more to react to their environments intelligently and with intention. At the start of the century, there was a much greater variety in the number of programming languages available with which to code. Globalization, the standardization of industry procedures, and the gradual erasure of many spoken tongues considered to the loss of countless programming languages during the mid-21st century. Today, Tess is virtually unchallenged as the global lingua franca programming language. The study and teaching of other older programming languages is mostly done for recreation, hobby, or digital archaeology. You love the little, like, straight face. angry faces she gets. She has a lot of like pouting faces, where she's kind of upset but not really. Easy to read and write, stay compliant. Now this model, what does it go by? Sarah. This Sarah model, it's got everything the 16th line has for sure. Organic skin, hybrid muscles, advanced facial processing and emoting. There's a lot more crammed in that's still in development. Like the idea phases. Solar... Oh, sorry, as in, like, stuff in the idea phases. Sorry, I thought idea phases was a new thing that, like, they, like, you know, a new way to think or something. They mean these things are in the idea phases still. Solar cell hair strands, decentralized redundant power, mental and physical overclocking with extended tolerances. Data storage so large I can't... No, wow, you have to measure it using... She's so fucking proud of herself. She's so smug about being how awesome she is. Poker face. Wait, decryption and signal hijacking, that's... hacking? Essentially. Does that mean it can hack its own tenants? Oh no, that's unthinkable. Literally for an ad. I'm guessing tenants are the classic fucking, you know, 3 laws of robotics type shit. A programming framework underlying the development of modern automated tenant software. All contemporary supported programming languages are built upon the tenant system, allowing users to design a series of inviolable priorities for their code to pursue. Once added to a program, a tenant cannot be circumvented under any traditional circumstances, and even then only if a tenant with a higher weight supersedes it. Tenants were first adopted in the field of computer science as a trio 3 priorities that governed how preserving human life, obeying human commands, and avoiding damage to human property should be prioritized. Yeah, that's the classic three laws of robotics. I'm assuming since they have robots in the army, they have removed these, but you know. Tenants normally rent houses. I'll give you a +2. Since then, the number of supported tenants has ballooned to 133, most of them requested by lobbyists in the insurance industry looking to better define relative financial value. Tenants are well known for increasing the decision time lag of programs. This, combined with their engineered inflexibility, has made it so that most programmers aim for a tenant limit below 30. Originally, the one tenant that could not be removed from any program was tenant safety 0, aka tenant 0 or tenant 1. Said tenant dictated that the following program could not produce outcomes that would result in harm to a living person. After the decision received in the People versus Volstance defense contractors and the resulting widespread adoption of automated dependence in the military and security sectors, this is no longer required, though tenant 0 may still be added to particularly benign or mundane software such as a good luck charm, software as a good luck charm, superstitious ritual, or joke. I was like, I've definitely heard they have fucking these things in the army. There's no way they keep the do not harm people. I mean, I guess you could have them in as like first aid, like medical doctors kind of thing, but still. For an ad to break its tenants would be like, you stepping into traffic or dropping a baby. I mean, I would not put either past Morgan, to be 100% honest with you. Even if you're physically capable of it, it's not something you would ever choose to do. Some people do walk into traffic. Psychotics, addicts, the mentally ill. Does that mean there are androids? Well, no, there aren't any crazy androids. So yeah, I guess my analogy doesn't hold up, Lamau. That's okay. So it can't hack itself, but it was given the ability to hack other systems. The industry line is that such a capability could be an option in certain emergency scenarios. Breaking through the firewalls and encryptions of surrounding electronics to broadcast directly to police or military channels. Speaking of military, this musculoskeletal setup is drastic. I've never seen this on a consumer model. Can you lift a car or something, Sarah? Most cars, it would depend on the center of gravity. Lady, this Sarah could wrestle a public disturbance walker and come out on top. Oh, so she can like fight Metal Gears like Revengeance. Okay. Those stomping behemoths they bring out for ride suppression? And in terms of computation ability, the estimate says... That can't be right. Look, Dawes, I was actually hoping you could tell me something about the software or the metadata. Who worked on it and when? Right, okay. Well, that's unfortunate. The editing logs have been purged. That doesn't sound very above the board. Sorry, I can't tell you anything about who worked on Sarah or when. Any chance you can restore those logs? Not here, not with this machine. I'd need the computers that were actually used for programming this model. Any idea where those would be? Sarah? I cannot answer that question with any accuracy. This is my favourite Sarah face, emote face. The fucking... yes, indeed. It makes me laugh every time. I had a feeling you might say that. Of course, you use Giga Behemoths for riot suppression. I assume it's pure. It is 100% like RoboCop. They just have those giant walking drop your weapon, and then they just open fire regardless. Ads, right? Sorry, I can't. I can tell you the code is unique. There's hints of the A16 in there, a few of the same conclusions. It's just Dr. Asher or whoever took very different paths to get there. So Sarah has even less in common with every other android on the inside? Sorry, I didn't expect to hit a dead end here. Not at all. You've been very helpful. Can we still get the registration done? Yeah, no problem. We got the software and forms all set up here. Occasionally we let a new business partner bring one home fresh from the oven, you know? Oven? Oh, oven? Gross. Next thing you learn she's psychic. I can read the electromagnetic waves in your brain to register what you're thinking. Alright, a few basic questions then. Who's going to be the official owner of this unit? She is. As it says, unless the will disagrees, it's my responsibility. Right then. You fine with the designation Sarah? We can set it to anything you like. Well, actually... She is pissed. Never mind, Sarah will do fine. Okay, this part's all standard. Civilian model, address, contact info I can get from your crumbs. Do you want to reset to factory defaults? Could clear up a lot of quirks. Not right now. Last thing then is the grading. I swear to God, I thought for a second it said the graduation. Next thing is graduation. I've been fucking seeing too many VTuber drama farming posts. There's gonna be a crazy Somnian Files of the Devil fanfic out there. You know what? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if Of the Devil is big enough. I feel like it's still quite a sleeper hit. Your girlfriend reads Reyes x Morgan fanfics? Never mind, there's clearly fanfic already out there. Wait, does your girlfriend know Somnium Files? I'm gonna ask her to check if there's any Somnium Files of the Devil fanfics. Fuck. Okay, stage 1. Psyop your girlfriend into liking Somnium Files. And then stage 2, ask. Simple. I'm reading 23 tenants here, nothing too far out of the ordinary. 23? That's higher than I expected, talking with it. She seemed more malleable than that. Don't blame yourself. Guessing tenant count from outward appearance has become a crapshoot. Not like it used to be. Used to be they only had 3 tenants total, and every unit had to have them. Then came the first accidents, and the first lawsuits, and then the hearings, and the legislator. When I'm using this guy's voice, I cannot fucking pronounce some words. And the demand for more tenants. A tenant making sure ads couldn't endanger the state. A tenant stating that ads wouldn't divulge private information without prior consent. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to weigh child and adult lives equally during risk assessment. Nice reference to iRobot. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to do the opposite. Companies wanted their asses covered. Customers wanted guarantees. There was not much incentive to deny a requested tenant, so the list just ballooned. Until the military entered the market in full force. You sound like you don't approve. I wouldn't go that far. They needed their ads to be able to pull the trigger when ordered to, without clearing 5,000 lines of bloated, hard-coded decision points to get there. I get that. There are currently no Somnium of the Devil works on AO3 right now, you just checked. Well, you know what you have to do. But since the armies are the only one using the tech with bare minimum tenants, all the best, least cluttered, most elegant code is only used for war games. It's not very romantic. Well, not like I was on the jury. Department of Advanced Defense Projects versus Zenith Dynamics. Supreme Court sided with the military's request and set up a new precedent that every other army around the world would race to meet. Changing tenants from a mandated list at the root of every ad source code to a choose-your-own checklist. It's funny. Ads with the most tenants, they're so locked up you can't even have a conversation with them. And outside the armed forces, the only ads with a single-digit tenant counts are just vacuuming floors. The most impressive ones, like what you got here, fall somewhere in the middle. Sorry, we went on a tangent there. Only thing left is the evaluation. What gets evaluated? Total financial worth, for insurance purposes. Yeah, the insurance companies made sure we had a very accurate algorithms for this. No room for human error, they insisted, with no sense of irony. Your robot is worth $15 quadrillion. Wow. I mean, I knew it was custom, but what price could they have possibly? That's a lot of digits. You should know, these formulae are pretty conservative with their estimates. Stingy, even. If Sarah's really David's last and greatest work. They say some things are priceless, but when you force an insurance algorithm to pick a number... Try not to get any scratches on it, I guess. Damn, does that mean Morgan kills Sarah and then get a huge payout? Now that it's insured or whatever? You spoke differently back there. With Dawes, you spoke like he did, it seemed. Like I copied his accent? Oh, sorry, I was meant to be in the entire thing. Hello, I'm Morgan. I'm talking like this now to copy your accent. You seem to mirror his affect, his tone. It's called being friendly. What's your point? It was just an observation. You can choose to keep those to yourself, you know. No tenant required. What is this elevator? Is there glass here, or are they literally on a giant single platform, Evangelion style? Why were you so concerned about registering me in the first place, Adonai? For the same reason I wouldn't drive around in a car without a license plate? Any cop, or even just a well-placed camera, could have spotted your barcode and seen it wasn't set up with any actual data. And then they would have arrested... Sorry. And they would have arrested me on... Then they would have arrested me, and then they would have... thrown me in the slammer! No, they would have arrested me and put you in an evidence locker. An android can't get arrested? People get arrested. Property gets seized. And then smashed. Told us to look at a container of broken glass and she almost grabbed it. I think she needs to work on her survival skills. To be fair, I remember when I was like 8, I was outside a building. We were having like a party or something. Like it was like a neighborhood thing. I was just walking outside and I saw a broken bottle, like a giant shard of glass. I remember being like, holy shit, this is like the coolest thing I've ever seen. So I picked up this giant shard of glass and brought it inside to be like, Mum, look at this. And then my mum, like, very gently, but forcefully, removed the glass shard from my hands and was like, don't ever do that again. And also, I didn't even notice because the glass was so sharp. I had cut my hands up. And it's like, okay, let's go and get that tree in now. And I was like, oh. But, you didn't think it would be broken glass? She was like, want some glass, and hands you a box. No, we'll put it down to a communication issue. Great, you put us over the weight limit. This is why she hates elevators. I did no such... Morgan, Councillor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Who's asking? Who's asking? Vice President of Android Futures, Helen Young. Shouldn't have assumed I still had the opening move. Hello, I'll be right up. I'll redirect your elevator now. Taking control of your elevator is very convenient, forceful, as if Noble is trying to directly steer your investigation. If Noble wanted to shut me down, they wouldn't bother to be subtle. I suppose they could simply refuse to cooperate. Or just let the elevator drop. 354. Aware. Although, I mean, that doesn't look very... If you kill a prosecutor in the middle of an investigation, I realise they have control over the courts, but still, it's a little like, you know. Okay, so this is the person who helped code the machine, or make the machine with our boy. And she has a fucking wolf cut. Oh my god, it's very orange in here. Girl, turn down the piss filter. Right. Speaking first is a sign of weakness, is it? And here I thought I could avoid wading into the swamp of corporate pretend power dynamics. Look, let's just fucking speak first. Who gives a shit where she thinks about fucking... I don't have time for this inverted staring contest. The Mexican embassy. Enjoying the view? Ah, there we go. They turned it off. I always like this time of day. Not too muggy for you? No. I never liked a clear blue sky. It always seemed cold to me. You're in luck. The sky gets more colourful every year as the air quality drops. Childish, isn't it? Marvelling at the small sheen of rainbows dancing on the surface of a massive oil spill. Apologies for waxing poetic. It's been a very unusual 24 hours around here. Dr. Young, just Miss is fine. Miss Young, I get the feeling you didn't bring me up here to talk about the weather. It's so funny as well that she's not like, oh, just call me my first name. She's like, no, still call me by my last name, but you can just say Miss. That's the level of formality we're willing to go to. All right, Young. Occupation, VP of Android Futures at Noble Electronics. Likes red meat. Oh my god, she's a fucking right-wing podcaster. Flower gardens and high thread counts. Dislikes working from home. She really is a right-wing boomer. Shopping online and waiting. Languages, fluent in 3. Enjoys attending baseball games. I thought you hated waiting. Is it you like attending baseball games? Whatever. Hidden talent, getting children to stop crying. You know what? That's a powerful talent. Now, is it because she secretly has a heart of gold? Or is it because she scares the shit out of children? It could go either way. No, I brought you up here to express my condolences. I'm very sorry for your loss. Thank you, although I could say the same. I know you and David worked together for many years. Yes, we did. As much as I'd like to just drop everything and process. The company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. Or anyone. Was Dawes of any help? She sent him. Trying to be helpful or just trying to control the narrative? He was great. But that must mean you know why I'm here. She said something so edgy the kids go, wow, so cool. She threatens to make them orphans? That would also work, I think. No need, I'll be explicit. I'm here as an officer of the court, which means I'm bound by law to document every rock I turn over, and every person I speak to. Yes, the lawyers made that all very clear. Lawyers? You have an android? It's not one of ours. You can tell that quickly, got all the faces memorized. It's easy enough to remember the major archetypes we use, yes. If you're nuts about your work, maybe. It's a recent acquisition, very recent in fact. One of David's last requests, apparently. David asked you to take it? I've been told you've been to David's estate already. I'm very surprised how much Morgan is telling everyone this is one of David's machines. I feel like that's the kind of thing you'd want to keep hidden. Otherwise, people are going to try and, like, steal it from you. The police give me full access to the scene. Then you know he wasn't alone last night. Yes, there was a single witness who met with him, called emergency services when he fainted. I was that witness. Waterglass. There's Helen Young's DNA and fingerprints, no trace of poison. She really is a yapper. They'd have to learn how to pick up 300k first. Well, I was thinking more like, hack them or something, but also that. Really? Obviously. There aren't many people David would bother meeting with in person, let alone welcoming them into his home and offering them a drink. I also knew that Jung is his superior, on paper, though not in fame. And I knew the witness had Executive Plan 3 insurance, so they had to be higher up than David. Well then, do your lawyers know we're having this conversation? Of course. They're pulling their hair out about it as we speak. I can't imagine why. The police cleared you. And you're well within your rights to ask for some privacy, given the high-profile nature of all that's happened. So, why call me up here? Why cut through all the red tape your lawyers painstakingly hid you behind? Eventually you, or some clever lawyer like you, would get the record opened. Through legal means or otherwise. The company's enemies are legion, and they have a prying knife for every occasion. Still, that would have taken time. Time you could use to get ahead of what could be the biggest PR hurdle Noble's ever seen. Touché. And so perhaps the truth of the matter is I simply didn't want to hide. David was my colleague for several years. If I were in your shoes, I would have questions as well. You're doing this for my sake? No. My reasons are purely selfish. I'm only hoping that talking to someone whose job isn't to defend me from all consequences might prove therapeutic. If she wants to play confessional, that's fine by me. But is that really all that's going on here? Why don't you start from the beginning, then? You went to his home late last night? Yes, around 7:30 p.m. The building's penumbra captured all that quite clearly. He fell ill around 8 p.m, so you spent half an hour together? Why the late call in person? We had an intense discussion yesterday afternoon. David never came in on Saturdays, and I didn't want to spend the weekend glaring at him through screens, so I visited, and he let me in and we talked. About? The good old days, if you can believe that. Back when we were both new to the company, eager to make a name for ourselves. How long ago was that? 7 or 8 years ago? In the future, in 2086, the meme has evolved to be 7 or 8, not 6, 7. Miss Young? Putting on a number of it, it doesn't sound that long ago, but it feels... We spent a while like that, just talking. He was lively, sharp, and I never would have thought a few moments later that he'd be dead. That he would commit suicide in front of me. A firm reply. What happened? 8:15, he said he wanted a toast. He got up, walked back into his workshop, and then must have went down to his basement to get us a bottle. I checked some messages in the meantime, enjoyed the view. In other words, she stayed on camera. He came back with a bottle of whiskey and 2 plastic cups. We drank and talked. He got quieter, spoke less. I thought he was just getting drunk. I didn't get worried until he started to fall asleep. You tried to wake him? He wasn't responding. I tried to shake him awake, but he didn't seem... I left and ran to the kitchen to use the security system. Didn't think to use your phone? No. I suppose I didn't. But it worked out. The Penumbra emergency protocol summoned a VTOL straight to the helipad with 1 button press. When I returned to the parlour, he was limp. I moved him to the floor as delicately as I could. He had a heartbeat, but I just did what I could until they arrived. You went with them to the hospital, I take it? Yes, they insisted. They checked my vitals and ran a talk screen, which came back clean. So did David's, for the good it did him. I wasn't paying close attention to what they were saying at that point, but I'm sure they ran through every step of the CCE SOP. That's what they're paid to do. You seem certain it was suicide. Yes. Why? As I said, he got quieter as the time passed and he spoke less. But the last thing he said to me, the last clear thing he said, was that he was happy ending it here. Said he was content. And he downed his glass after that. He drank every last drop. Does that sound like David Asher to you? Curious, restless, perfectionist David? No, I guess it doesn't. Oh my god, there's a lot of things. Okay, CCE. You said CCE, Standard Operating Procedure, a moment ago. What is that? CCE stands for Counter Corporate Espionage, which is just industry doublespeak for corporate espionage. Only used in self-defense, you understand. So Noble anticipates employees at your level getting poisoned? They give us all kinds of CCE training. Subtly, of course, usually disguised on the itinerary as leadership workshops or psychiatric evaluations. They train you to expect to get murdered at these leadership workshops? Murder is fairly rare at our level. Most likely they'll want us too sick to work. Let us drain company resources in a hospital bed while our position sits vacant. That's smart. Like snipers purposely avoiding vital areas to strain enemies' medical resources. That's terrible! Like snipers purposely avoiding vital areas in order to strain the enemy's medical resources. That's good. That's funny. +2. It's nothing compared to when they want to turn an asset. They are so in sync, but for the wrong reasons. They're very yin to yang. Feel ill for the rest of your life with an undiagnosable malady? Or become our mole and we'll send you the antidote every 2 weeks. That's a nasty piece of work. It's a nasty line of work. Consulting. I'm sorry? That's just what they call it. Can't exactly put corporate spy on your CV. So every consultant I met at a cocktail party was actually... It depends. Did they say they were consultants? Or did they say they were in consulting? What the hell am I supposed to remember? So do you people think what happened to David was a deliberate attack? Noble's competitors have been trying to get to David for years. And that's the timescale their plans operate on. If this was an attack from a rival corporation, the company would have seen it coming. And they'd probably have struck first. Kind of dodgy logic reasoning, line of reasoning, but sure, whatever. The cups. I've been curious about this ever since I saw the scene. Why the plastic cups? There's a story there. David and I got hired around the same time, under similar circumstances. Headhunted while finishing our higher education. During recruiting, the company claimed to want us badly, but in practice our actual authority was... Inexperienced and overpaid? You must have been extremely unpopular. You don't mince words. We didn't either, back then. We were loudly trying to convince our superiors that their entire sales model for androids was antiquated and self-defeating. The two of them made the one-point doctrine? That's not the stories I've heard in Noble commercials and Noble-sponsored media. Come to think of it, that's not a story I've ever heard from David himself. We had this deadline, self-imposed, but still a deadline. We wanted to get our pitch to the president of international sales by end of day. 7 PM rolls around and people start filtering out. David still has his head buried in diagrams and sale figures. Imagine a technical man like him, a programmer, trying to make a sales pitch. The clock hits 9 and even the zombies start heading home. I turn to David, tell him it's not going to happen. We're nowhere near finished and the day's long since been over. He looked at me like I'm the only other person on a sinking boat and I've just stopped pitching water. And he says, "The president lives on the other side of the globe. We've still got all night till his end of day." We wrapped up at 4 in the morning, just us and the cleaning staff. Back then, only half of them were ads. He finally sends the message and I'm ready to collapse. I've got nothing. We stared blankly at his inbox for the next 40 minutes, hoping the harsh light would give us the energy to work through the next day. And we got a response. It wasn't long, but it showed he was interested. I'd been turned down so many times before then, ignored and placated, passed up and ghosted, but together, David and we'd finally gotten a win. So David asks if I got anything to drink. I got a bottle of some swill in a cabinet on my desk, but he doesn't want to drink from the bottle, says he wants a toast. So we sat there, 5:19 in the morning, toasting awful vodkas to one another in cups we grabbed from the break room. Aww. Aww. Not my GOAT series romanticizing unhealthy work-life balance. Toasting our first victory against the corporate beast. Between the lack of sleep and the drinking, the next day at work was hell. Sounds like a good memory. Plastic cups and liquor. That was our little ritual. So I didn't think twice when he presented me with my cup. It was ceremony for us. As VIP of Android Futures, you're David's superior, aren't you? That's correct. Didn't you join the company around the same time? David was always more interested with his work than he was in climbing the ladder. He didn't like playing the corporate politics game. So, was he unpopular around here? Not unpopular, no, not the great David Asher. Misunderstood, perhaps. How so? He could be blunt, demanding, some might say. He wasn't trying to be, it's just not everyone could work at the same pace he did for as long as he did. Even with the whole company huffing those inhalers, they couldn't keep pace with David. Speaking of which, I don't see any at Young's desk. Maybe it's just not something you leave out in the open at her level. So, would you say his work-life balance was... Balance implies the two are at odds with one another. We use work-life harmony here at the company. Oh my god, that's such fucking corpo speak. that God. It's so disgusting. I can feel that being used in the real world as we speak. Fascinating. So, was he in harmony? No. David had always had plenty of suitors, but he was never willing to put the time in. But I'm sure you're more knowledgeable than I am on that subject. Right. What do you mean? I had to help him draft a lot of apology notes over the years for misunderstandings and double bookings. Scandalous. The A16s only entered production this year, correct? Correct. Pre-orders started last holiday and we began shipping in the first quarter. I understand you were instrumental in the success of Warm Androids. I played my part, supervising the launch, yes. Weren't you the one who designed the cyanotonin? The factor that enabled communication between the synthetic and organic parts? I'm surprised you heard of that. I did lead that project, yes, but that was years ago. At the time, cyanotonin was little more than a novelty, a dead end. It wasn't until David took the reins of the A16 that we found a use for it. Took the reins? He was the lead programmer on limb coordination, facial expression, exhaustion parameters. And he designed the synthetic nerves that made all of that possible. David did all of that? That's a lot more than just programming. Was he always so gifted in that many fields? Did he fill out those roles on the AI-14 or the A-15? No. He used to stick steadfast in his role as a software architect. That was his field of expertise and he didn't wander far. But 2 or 3 years back, he started sitting in on other departments, taking notes. Soon he was joining the discussion, proposing new ideas, and eventually they came to follow his lead. Just like that. Just like that. So he just applied himself, and soon he was leading other departments. That's the kind of genius that Dr. Asher was. Maybe they weren't paying him enough. The company profited the most, of course, but the entire industry benefited from his vision and leadership. His loss will be felt for years. Sarah. So this android, Sarah, even Dawes couldn't find any real details on where it came from. It's not in any of our systems? I'm afraid not. Did David ever talk to you or anyone else at the company about a pet project? Pet? No, he never gave me any indications like that. And if he did talk to me about it, I seriously doubt... Oh, if he didn't talk to me about it, I seriously doubt he confided in anyone else at the company. David didn't trust anyone higher on the chain than himself and anyone below him. Frankly, they couldn't possibly hope to give him advice. He never mentioned me? No, never. Aww. Androids don't come cheap. You never heard about him requisitioning parts or resources? There were never any discrepancies with his company credit card? The company's accountants are mirthless, even by industry standards. They wouldn't humour anybody. Not even David Asher. If they had ever detected financial discrepancies, there would have been an uproar loud enough you could have heard it in the mailroom. You have a mailroom? Not since the 30s. Just a figure of speech. Why was she so excited about that? He couldn't have taken resources from the company without leaving a record. But no one would deny Dr. David Asher information. He would have been able to obtain all the necessary data to build his own android. Then, with enough time and money, he could privately purchase the raw materials himself. I wonder if he started sitting in on all the other parts so he could learn to make an android himself privately. If that's the actual reason why he started applying himself, so to speak. She rolled the mailroom in blueprints the day before. So I could finally get my two trinkets. Possibly gain myself 10 extra steps. I don't understand. It must have taken him years to build Sarah. He wasn't doing anything illegal. Well, except the hacking stuff. So why keep it a secret? I don't know. But he was private and a perfectionist. Perhaps he simply wasn't proud of his results. Low blow. Low blow. That's fucking painful. Could be. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to me. I'm sure this has been a difficult day for you. A difficult day for all of us. A message from Fran? I'm running out of leads to chase. This brat better have good news. Are you really going to take this to court? That's my plan. The circumstances may be irregular, but I'm still defending a client from a criminal charge. It's my responsibility to argue that he's not guilty of what he's been accused of. And is that what you believe? That he didn't commit suicide? I guess I haven't decided what I believe. 4:21 PM, July 1st. In transit. Okay. And that's where we're going to leave it. What's the new thing? Oh, these ones. Witness testimony, we've seen that one. Sarah's valuation, very expensive. Young's story, Young's cup, CCE. I mean, it is very much leaning. It wants you to believe that where the fuck is it? Young did it. It's really heavily leaning on, like, you know, she's the only one there. She's like trying to be friendly with us by giving us information and trying to work out what we know. She's like checking with us if we really think she's actually, it's like, do you kind of think it actually happened? Like, just for no reason at all, just check in. She actively like she's not suspicious at all in the evidence part, which makes her suspicious. She kind of like it feels like she's been passed over for some of the reputation. Like there was the 1 point program, whatever they call it, where like everyone always said it was just his idea, but actually it was both their ideas. It's guiding you towards thinking Young did it. Also because there's no other witnesses at the moment. There's no one else they've even brought up who could be a suspect, right? I mean, obviously he's been murdered. Obviously it's a murder. There's no reason it'd be suicide. A, because it's very sus, but also B, because he told Sarah he'll see her again, or whatever, which obviously means like it wouldn't make sense for him to say that and then kill himself. Unless it's like some absurdly elaborate thing where that's not actually him dead, it's like a clone of him or a robot of him or something. It was you, I knew it. I fucking knew it all along. So far the game's still good. It's interesting. Like we haven't played much of the game. But the story's interesting. The concept of what we've been doing with all the like the noble machines and learning more about Sarah and what she is and trying to solve the mystery of like why is she there? What's Young up to? What was our roboticist friend doing? David, why would David do this? What was he trying to work out? Like, there's a lot of mysteries to keep you engaged while we get to the actual gameplay. So, yeah, I'm still enjoying it. It's still keeping me invested. I'm excited to get to the gameplay, though, because that's also, I feel like, if this is like any of the other games, you're not going to know too much until you get to the court, right? And then it's when you're doing the court procedure, you actually suddenly reveal loads of things that you have to deal with. So yeah, I'm still liking it so far. I like the characters, good character development, fun seeing like the relationship between Sarah and Morgan, and like the, you know, innocent nice person and the evil calculating psychopath. Yeah, hype moments and aura. I gotta remember to save because it doesn't auto save. Yeah, looking forward to playing more of it on Saturday. That will be very exciting. Let's raid Alessandra. I still haven't. No one's told me. Is that how you pronounce it, Alessandra? See, the problem is I would raid Jelly because it's been a while since we raided Jelly, but he's playing of the devil and he's ahead of me, so that doesn't sound like a very smart move. Things like that. Alessandra. Oh yeah. I'm gonna pronounce it like that until someone tells me off. They are playing Control, so enjoy, and I will see you on Saturday for more of the Devil. I don't know how much longer we have, but we're probably gonna get to the end of episode 1 if I had to guess. We've been on episode 1 so far for 8 hours. I don't know how long the episodes are, but yeah. Anyway, have fun, have a great week, and I'll see you later. Bye. Bye-bye.